Good morning, Mr. Chair. We're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Thank you. Welcome everyone to the, where are we, July 28th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, could you do items 2 and 3, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bridley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Great. Commissioner Blau.
Here.
And Chair Freeney.
Here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wilson. How about agenda status report and then followed by projection report, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda today, we have one item on consent, which is an extension for the Painter Battery Energy Storage System. And then we have currently 3 items listed on our standard agenda. We have a briefing by the CEO's office on business licenses. And then we have a appeal of the Orca gas station by the Far Western Liquors, Inc. and the PR Investments. And then the item 3 on the agenda it was an appeal of a cannabis cultivation, but the appellant has withdrawn their appeal. And so there won't be any action. We have provided some recommended motions for the commission in regards to acknowledging the withdrawal. But otherwise, we have, as far as business today, would be 2 items, which would be the CEO briefing and then the appeal of the Orca gas station. And that concludes the status of the agenda. And I can move on to the projection report.
Please do.
Our next hearing is next Wednesday, which is August 4th. And then I just want to remind the commission that we are going to be starting at 11 o'clock on the 4th, as the Montecito Planning Commission is going to be holding a special hearing in the morning in regards to extending the date of for the temporary COVID-19 zoning ordinances. And so the Montecito Planning Commission will meet from 9 to 11, and then at 11 a.m. We will begin with the County Planning Commission to be able to receive their recommendations on that ordinance amendment. On that day, we have those 2 items, which is the ordinance amendments for the extension of the time for those provisions. And then we have a cannabis project on that date, which is the New Era, which was continued, I believe, to that date for more information to the commission. The next hearing after that will be on August 11th. There are 2 items. The neighborhoods of Willow Creek and Hidden Canyon, or Keyside 21, was continued that date. There'll be an update from the applicants in regards to that project. And then we have the Cresco cannabis cultivation and processing that is going to be heard on that day. Following that meeting, we don't have anything projected until September 8th, which is an appeal of a project in the Summerlin area. And then following that, we don't have anything until September 29th. And then that's those 2 hearings that we had scheduled for Wednesday and Friday on the Exxon Mobil interim trucking project. And that will be Wednesday. And then again, we'll come back on Friday for any questions from the commission and complete that hearing. And then we'll receive direction on October 1st from the commission on more information that's needed. And then we'll probably set a date for that item to be continued at that time. And then after that, we don't have anything until October 27th, which Long Range Planning is going to bring a housing bill implementation zoning ordinance amendments on that date. And then I believe Director Plowman will speak briefly to the commission during her director's report as far as the in-person hearings and when that may be anticipated to resume. So that concludes the projection report and the status of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Bradley.
Just one question, Mr. Wilson, on the October hearings on those housing bill implementations, is that for legislation that was adopted last year, or is that because there were some pretty crazy bills going through this year? Or I'm not sure which bills?
Commissioner Bradley, the chair, great question. I don't have an answer for you at this moment.
Okay.
And we can update the commission as far as what the contents of those ordinances will be, either through the director's report or later. I can bring that back next week.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I just know that there were things going through a couple months ago in the assembly that were scary for planning commissioners. So it'll probably get wrapped up, even if that's not what was adopted and what you've actually changed the ordinance to reflect. Maybe it'll be a time to discuss what's coming up ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to public comment. Mr. Villalobos, do we have anyone waiting to speak today on items not on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, we only have one speaker, and I believe she wanted to speak on the business license presentation. It's Ms. O'Neill, but if she wanted to give general public comment, just raise your hand, Ms. O'Neill, and I'll call on you. Otherwise, I'll just assume that you want to wait. Oh, she's raised her hand, so. Ms. O'Neill, just go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'll just say good morning to all of you, and great to see you. And I don't know if my comments at the business licensing are the appropriate agenda item to speak to my concerns with water. But that's kind of where I wanted to speak today because it has to do with cannabis. So I guess I'll wait, David. I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Okay, let's move on to planning commissioners' informational reports. Commissioner Park, nothing, huh? Okay. All right. Director Plowman, we'll wait for Director Plowman, and the director's report will be next.
Mr. Chair, while we wait for Director Plowman, also I just wanted to point out that we do have 2 sets of minutes on the agenda for review.
Oh, I skipped right over that, did I? Okay, let's go back to the minutes then, and can we get approval of the June 30th and July 7th minutes?
I'll move for approval of both.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Villalobos, can you do those separately? I'm going to have to abstain on one of them.
Okay. For starting with the June 30th minutes, assuming Commissioner Blau is willing to bifurcate his motion and the second maker as well.
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
All right, moving on to the July 7th minutes. Commissioner Blau and Bradley, did your motions hold for the 7th meeting of the 7th as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
And I'll abstain. Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 401.
Okay, thanks for catching that, Mr. Villalobos. And now to Director Plowman.
Chair, members of the commission. So I'd like to start out with just an update on COVID-19. Our office currently remains open. We're still handling things through drop-offs and as well as appointments at the counter. We've seen sort of a moderate rate of people coming in for appointments. A lot of people are still using the virtual tools and submitting things online, which is great because that's the direction we're moving anyway.
Ms. Plowman, I'm sorry. I can barely hear you. Can you get closer to your microphone by chance?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Normally you have your headset, you're clear as a bell, but now not today.
Yeah, I'm in my office. Is that better?
That's a little better, yeah.
Okay. So I was indicating that our offices are open. We are accepting appointments at the counter. We've seen a moderate rate of appointments. People haven't been rushing in. They're still using the online services. But we have had a shift in the public health officer's recommendations regarding mask wearing. And that is due to the increase in cases in our area, the Delta variant, and what we're discovering in breakthrough cases with people who have been vaccinated. And so now the public health officer is recommending mask wearing while indoors. And so that is, it's not a mandate, it's a recommendation, but that is what I am recommending in the department. And I'm practicing that as well. We've actually seen cases, I've known people that have had the breakthrough cases. So it's just something we have to be careful about. Partly due to that, we are going to probably be waiting on the in-person hearings until sometime in September. So we can kind of get a better sense of what's happening with the spread of the Delta variant and then in development of any new variants, because that's what there's some questions about whether new variants are going to continue to develop in the community. But the Brown Act still allows our temporary provisions through the end of September. And I think I've indicated that we've been working with CSAC on seeing if we can get some permanent changes to the Brown Act to allow for remote participation by commissioners, as well as making sure that the public can still participate remotely. That turned into a 2-year bill. So we won't see any permanent changes this session. It'll have to be next session, but we're going to continue to advocate through CSAC to the governor's office to maintain our ability to do teleconferencing past the end of September. I think what we're going to be doing anyway is we're just going to continue it for the public regardless, because we know that's coming in the long term through a permanent change to the Brown Act, and that's being sponsored by other legislators. But we'd like to just build in the aspects that we've already talked about, allowing some of our commissioners to be remote without posting. So I'll keep you informed about the next steps and where we are in that process. I did want to let you guys know about the APA conference, which is virtual again this year. That is going to be happening September 13th through the 15th. We have early registration is open until the 13th of August. And if the planning commissioners are interested, we recommend that you do register, and there's some very useful sessions, particularly designed for planning commissioners. I haven't seen the program this year, but I know they work hard to include sessions that are beneficial for decision makers. The cost for a PC member who's a non-member of APA is $200, and that's before 8/13. After that, it's $225. With respect to the question that Commissioner Bridley asked about with the changes in our code to be consistent with new state law regarding housing, we'll be making updates to the state density bonus provisions in our code. We will be making changes with respect to requirements out of the Housing Accountability Act, which is they set forth streamlining measures for certain types of housing projects, and then also addressing low barrier navigation centers. So, which are essentially support facilities for homeless. So those are the types of changes we'll be seeing in that ordinance package to bring our code into compliance with the new state laws. Regarding board actions, and you may have received a report on this last, well, no, you wouldn't have received a report on this yet. The board approved the Suarez project in Cuyama, the cannabis project. And I think the exciting thing out of that process was there was a lot of hard work with community members and the GSA and the First District and the growers coming up with guidelines regarding water use for the Cuyama Valley because of the constraints that they are facing there. And the applicant on the Suarez project ended up changing the source of the water that they were going to be using for their grow. They moved the grower that's going to be reducing their water use into the same basin area that and closer to that grow to ensure that they were drawing water from the same location. So they're still offsetting their water use. And the guidelines that were developed are voluntary, and they are an agreement between the grower and the association out there. We have agreed to mention them in the permit. So what we did is we amended the project description to reference those guidelines. We stated that they're not enforceable by the county, but they exist and that there's been an agreement between the parties. And then we've allowed them to attach the guidelines to the permit. So they're something that can be viewed by the members of the public. And I think that's a really great step. We've gone the next step in reaching out to all the growers in Cuyama to inform them of that process, inform them of the guidelines, and encourage them to coordinate as a way to avoid appeals on projects. The board also provided direction on the utility grade solar ordinance amendment package. We were at the board 2 weeks ago, and essentially they supported the general direction, which is expanding it in the agricultural zones, Ag 2 zones, and some of the commercial zones. The board did expand, I think, professional institutional in that because of some properties out in the Santa Maria Valley, and then areas around the jail. So that's exciting. Staff's working on that, and we'll be hopefully developing the ordinance here shortly. And I don't have the exact schedule when we would be coming back to the Planning Commission, but I think the board is very motivated to see this, the new laws get into place so that we can start seeing larger utility grade solar projects in our community outside the Cuyama Valley, which is where they had been restricted to. I did also want to let the Planning Commission know that similar to the Cuyama water guidelines, the growers in Carpinteria and the coalition have really been trying to work on some kind of compromise, and we have been working with them. We've sort of come to a spot where we're trying to identify a model odor abatement plan that growers could utilize that could be enforceable by the county, and then some guidelines that would be voluntary, that would be an agreement between the grower and the coalition, essentially. So a similar approach to Cuyama. So things that we can't enforce, we'd be willing to reference, and so that they would be accessible to the public if they wanted to view those agreements. But we haven't quite finalized that process, but it's looking very promising. And I just want to commend, really all of the parties in Cuyama and Carpinteria that have been working so hard to come up with solutions to the problems that we're facing. And some of these things are outside the bounds of what the county can do. And it's very impressive that they're willing to go that far, and that they're willing to make these private agreements between the parties. I wanted to also let you know that we're going to be going back to the Board of Supervisors in September. You may recall that the board provided an additional Planner 3 to long-range planning at the budget hearings, and that planner is going to be dedicated to ordinance amendment package for this fiscal year that we're in now, because that was something we had to postpone because of other work items. And one of those items will be a consideration of potential additional changes to the cannabis ordinance amendment, or I'm sorry, ordinance that we currently have, that will potentially increase permit requirements, meaning changing from land use permits to CUPs for larger grows in some areas. So we'll be going back for direction from the board in September, along with other ordinance amendments they'd like to see that position carry forward in the next fiscal year. In terms of, and I don't know if this was mentioned by Mr. Wilson, but as part of all the work that's being done with the cannabis growers and the members of the community, we have seen 3 different appeals withdrawn from the Planning Commission's agenda. And that includes the Roadside Blooms in Carpinteria, the Sun Valley Ranch, which is off near Drum Canyon, and then the Booby Trap Project. All those appeals were withdrawn, which is, again, commending everybody for parties to be able to work things out and resolve them outside of an appeal process. Future items at the board. We had Canarios scheduled for August, but the applicant has requested an extension to October, so we're going to be moving that hearing to October. We expect Autumn Brands to be there at the end of August or in September. They're still in the throes of sort of resolving some of the concerns that the community has. We will see Santa Rita at Hughes in September at the board, and then Central Coast Ag, G&K Farms will be determined at a later date. We don't have board hearing dates for those just yet. And I think that covers all that I wanted to share today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Blau has his.
Yeah, Ms. Plowman, can you tell me what the status is of the Oasis project? Or do you know?
Yes, Commissioner Blau through the chair. So they are still working on refining a couple of items with respect to the development rights issue and easements. And so I think Mr. Wilson's got a little bit more detail on that, if he would be willing to chime in on when we think we might be able to see resolution. But that is one that's an outstanding issue that has to be resolved before we can schedule it for hearing at the board. We were hoping to get it in, I think, was it October, November, Mr. Wilson?
Chair and commissioners, yeah, we're working with the applicants and their agents on that project. There's been some changes to proposed changes to an offer for exchange of development rights that needs to go through that process to be considered and evaluated on the merits. We have a tentative potential date for that to be occurred in mid-August. If that occurs, then we could look at moving forward and updating the project description and moving that to hearing. But based on our hearing schedule, it probably would not make it unless probably October, November for a hearing to the board, depending on if those changes are accepted.
Okay, it's somewhat disappointing, but I understand it may not be in your control. It may be in the applicant's control, so I get it.
Yeah, I don't think Mr. Wilson, he's really been trying to work with the applicants and help them resolve the outstanding issues. Any other questions? It looks like.
Oh, yeah, we're all lined up here.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bradley.
Okay, going back to the Suarez appeal, and that probably was like final action letter from the board that incorporated the guidelines that you referenced. Is that available for us to take a peek at anywhere because I know you don't put the board action letters in our planning commission files online, so I'm not sure. I'd just like to see how that ended up.
You want to see the guidelines or the reference or both?
Well, whatever is the action letter that
Yeah.
concludes it, yeah.
Certainly, we can work with staff to get something sent around.
Yeah, even, a link to, because it's done now, right? It's actually out of the board and that document's done. It's not urgent. Okay, and then,
Chair Briley, commissioners, just as an aside, we can send the link, but it was the final version of those guidelines were attached to a memo to the board of supervisors that's online. So we
okay.
to the board packet, so it could be reviewed there. I'm looking at the board agenda for that date.
So we could send the link to the board agenda.
That's great. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it sounds like maybe that's a new, might be a new standard moving forward. And then on the utility grade solar ordinance,
Mhm.
I don't know if this guy ever got a hold of you, but someone called me last year and never mind. It was electric fueling stations for trucks, for light duty trucks. It has nothing to do with solar. Never mind.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
Alternative energy. I just went green. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have for Ms. Plowman a question about two questions. The first, I have a concern that the trend we are seeing of appeals of land use permits are pulled off our agenda. In other words, they're settled. Presumably, in some cases, maybe all cases, pursuant to a private agreement between the parties, the appellant and the grower. And my concern is that we're left with the enforcement of the permits that are issued being land use permits. And it's much more limited than some of the permits granted after appeal to the Planning Commission and perhaps the board. You had mentioned that you're working with the growers to get some of those agreements to be made public, but my concern is for those that aren't, do you feel the department has adequate enforcement capability on those permits if they're limited to the original permits issued by the hearing officer or the director back in the beginning?
Let me make sure I understand the concern here, and so I'll just repeat it back. That there may be a concern that there are agreements being made that are sort of outside our span of control. And in some cases, that's true. In some cases, not all cases, but in some cases, that's true. In some cases, they are making changes to their project that are minor, like maybe adding a light somewhere or something like that. That happened on one case. But it's tricky. This is tricky with having provisions that parties agree to that are not part of our permit. So we do have adequate enforcement capability when it comes to the conditions that are in our permit. We have one area that I think, and I think you received an email about it, where we've had some challenges in testing some of the odor abatement equipment with our conditions. And we are now working with a consultant that's going to be helping us with that, testing the effectiveness of that equipment. That's been particularly tricky. I mean, I don't know that anybody anticipated how challenging it would be to determine where odor was coming from, particularly in a situation you have in Carpinteria where you have growers that are cheek by jowl down there. So we're making progress there, but we have tried to be really clear with the people who are coming up with these compromises that what we can enforce and what we can't enforce. So we are making sure that whatever's in the permit is something we feel confident that we can enforce on. If they make an agreement outside that process, that's something we aren't really party to. And it's a civil matter that would have to be worked out between those parties if they didn't follow through on the commitments that were made. Does that answer your question?
Sure. I mean, it's a longer discussion, but
Yeah.
it's obvious that some appeals are being filed by people who are not satisfied with the odor control provisions in our ordinance.
Yeah.
And if they reach an agreement to withdraw their appeal based on additional odor control methods being placed in the private agreement, it's not like a conditional use permit case where the planning commission and board have jurisdiction to put in tighter controls. But now it's left to a private agreement. And as you've acknowledged, the county can't really enforce those without having the parties be involved. So it's a bad precedent. I think it's great to settle it, but I'm concerned that we have a hybrid process in creation here. It's going outside the public jurisdiction into private agreements, and the end result for that project may be good, but we have a split process, and that's just the way it appears to one commissioner. But I'd be interested in your reaction.
So I think what I want to make sure I'm clear about is any equipment that they're using, any odor treatment package that they're using, that is part of our permit. That is something we enforce. The things that they're doing have to do, the things that they're talking about making additional guidelines have more to do with who they're going to contact, how they're going to interact with a party that files a complaint with them, how they're, how the growers are going to be involved, the association of the growers are going to be involved. So it's stuff that's soft, if you will. They're not hard conditions. It's stuff that's beyond what's in our code. But any equipment or any proposal they have to abate odor, that has to be in our permit. And so that is not something that we won't be enforcing on. We will enforce on that.
Like good neighbor guidelines, right?
They're kind of like good neighbor guidelines, right? Right. So you're right in a sense, but I don't want to give you the feeling that that we don't have the ability to enforce on the actual mechanisms they're using to abate their odor. We do.
Okay, well, that raises one question. I'll just pose it. We don't have to answer it at this point. But let's say there are some hard on-the-ground changes made pursuant to the agreement. That is, the processing building, for example, adding additional filters to the processing building to assure that odor is going to be kept within the processing building. You're saying that even though that's the subject of a private agreement, that the county acquires jurisdiction over that and can say, well, you didn't put in these filters, or the filters aren't working? It seems to me you're stuck in the private enforcement again.
No, because what we're requiring them to provide information about the different types of technology that they will deploy if the odor control system that they are utilizing at the beginning doesn't work. So their odor abatement plan that's approved by the county will have this series of steps that they will go. It's tiered. We're going to start with this, and if it doesn't work, we'll use carbon filters, just for example. And if that doesn't work, we'll do this. And essentially, they have to deploy the equipment that they've stated in their odor abatement plan. If a new technology is developed that we don't know about yet, they will have to come back and we'll have to look at their permit and amend their permit to include that. So they can't just willy-nilly start changing their odor abatement system without authorization by the county.
Even if it might be a better technology.
Even if it might be a better technology, we have to be able to review it and incorporate it into the permit so that we can enforce on it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then just one process question. In talking about in-person versus future access to technology so the public can participate, nothing you're aware of is changing the old practice we had of having commissioners participate from 2 locations in the county, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll still be able to do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
I want to comment on the point that Commissioner Cooney brought up, and then I want to switch to the Suarez component of Director Plowman's report. First, on Commissioner Cooney's comments, I agree with him. It's a trend that's good, in that settlements are reaching better solutions. It's bad in that they're so private. I think that there's some nuance to this we need to appreciate. Up here in the North County, or outdoor cultivation, odor control is not so much technology, it's buffers, and it's locations and sizes of grows that matter. And I know that some of the settlements that have occurred up here that have led to the withdrawal of appeals, they dealt directly with the issue of buffers from existing and potential wine tasting rooms, and location of grows and change of the borders of grows and so forth. And so it's more than technology, and it's important stuff that I think we ought to know about. Just as the science of cultivating cannabis has evolved, so has the science of regulating cannabis cultivation evolved and is evolving. And I think we can do the best possible job of that if we know of all the good things that people can agree to that allow neighbors to coexist more peaceably. To some degree, though, it's a self-manufactured problem. This commission has several times declined to impose conditions of approval that we had imposed in other matters and called various standards and so forth. And that has led to these private agreements because we're not willing to go and impose these conditions ourselves. So if we're decrying the existence of private agreements, well, we're responsible for that to some degree. And if we see a kind of a complicated issue, and no one would argue that cannabis regulation is not a complicated issue, we have to look at complicated solutions and looking at the role of our planning commission and staff in getting things out there and conditions of approval and projects descriptions instead of secret private agreements is important. Let me move on though and talk about the Suarez.
Chair Park, can I just make a comment about that?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Park. You're no longer chair. Commissioner Park. I think that there are some situations where changes are made, and we see that at the board, like with SFS Farms, right? They added a buffer there and they moved their nursery and whatnot. I don't want the Planning Commission to leave this meeting with the impression that people are wanting to keep things secret, because that is really not the case. They want to try and incorporate their guidelines into the permit as a reference so people understand that the whole of the community sees what's in that process, what's in that set of guidelines. And so we are trying to work so that we can attach that information to the permit so it's available for people to see. That's not to say that some may develop some private agreements that we never even know about. That could happen. But the processes that we've been involved in, they want them to be transparent. So I just want to give you that information before you move on.
You know, I agree with you 100%. And that goes back to my point that our concern about these agreements being private is somewhat self-manufactured by the Planning Commission in the process, because we have had The most recent G&K processing building was one where the parties tried to have a settlement and tried to have it on the record, and that was declined. We just can all do a better job, maybe, in thinking through how we want this to look and be as transparent as possible. And that doesn't just include the applicants and the appellants and staff. It includes us here on the commission. Let me move on to the Suarez report. I really appreciate your lengthy, detailed report on that, Director Plowman. It's something that I've been following for some time and thought this is a difficult problem, this water issue. And to resolve it in the way that they did, that's so public and is one that deals with overall guidelines for other projects, but deals with this project, is totally commendable. It took real concessions by the applicant because they're agreeing to an exchange of water rights with a farm that is now in their sub-basin, and that took a huge amount of work to find that farm. And the guidelines basically say, as I understand it, if you go outside that sub-basin, if you go outside a sub-basin for your project, then you'll reduce the water usage by more than a 1-to-1 ratio, which is good because they're supposed to be reducing their water usage there in general. So that's really important work by the applicant, tremendous community engagement to get so many people involved in such a complicated issue and just stay on it until they got something. I really admire the community for that. I really admire staff for kind of tolerating this intrusion of all this going on and what staff is trying to do, and makes it so much more difficult. And in finding ways to get it into the project description and all that, that's really important. And finally, at the risk of making a political endorsement, which we're not supposed to do, and I'm not intending this to be, I want to give a shout out to the First District Supervisor and First District Supervisorial staff, because they've taken some heat for the creation of the cannabis ordinance and so forth. But here's an example of really hard work in a remote area of the county. It's not voter rich, let's put it that way. There are not a lot of people there. This settlement and this kind of work on the guidelines would not have happened without the direct involvement of the First District Supervisor and his staff. So good for them. And thank you for the report.
Okay, back to Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, thank you. I just have to weigh in on Commissioner Cooney's comments and Commissioner Parks on the appeal process. I still have great concern that our process is a little bit flawed. I can foresee the situation where an appellant files the appeal and then they modify the project and the appeal is withdrawn. And I'm concerned that that modification might adversely affect somebody else in the project. And so their appeal rights are now been extinguished because it's beyond the time frame. So I'm concerned that that someone could file an appeal, make some modification, and the appeal's withdrawn, and other people in the public don't have the opportunity to weigh in and as it may adversely affect them with the modifications they made. So what?
Commissioner Blau, we do have a solution for that.
I'm great to hear it.
Yeah. So what happens when they withdraw the appeal? That means now there's no appeal on that permit that was approved. If they want to change that permit in relation to an issue that was raised in the appeal, like odor, for example, we don't allow them to revise the permit without notice because of the guidelines we have regarding that, which basically say if it was of great public interest or controversy in the community, you can't do a revision with no notice. So what we are telling the applicants is you got to get a new permit and it's got to be noticed.
Well, that's fine, except for the fact that
and then there's a new appeal period.
You're now the one determining whether or not the modifications of the settlement does not adversely affect anybody else how do we know that if it's a private settlement? That's my concern. I'd be much happier if they want to withdraw the appeal and it still comes before the planning commission to approve the withdrawal, much like I think they do in court. And Commissioner Park and Commissioner Cooney, you're the two lawyers, but I've been in court a number of times where there is a settlement between the parties, but the judge has to approve the settlement, or it's docketed, or it's in the record, or it's now a part of the public process. And I'm not seeing that here. I think if you file an appeal and there's a time frame, that you have to do the appeal, and then the appeal is withdrawn, I think there has to be some careful scrutiny, not by staff, but I think by the commission, that the settlement doesn't adversely affect somebody else or it's proper. And I'm real curious here, Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Park, am I right about that in court? You guys can't do you have a lawsuit, you're in court, you settle. Isn't it quite often that the judge has to approve the settlement?
Commissioner Cooney, you're muted.
Mike.
You are correct, Commissioner Blau. There is a process for that reason, that what affects neighbor A, so that only neighbor A is the appellant, and it's changed, but now the project affects neighbors B and C. B and C don't have the right under any process that we're hearing about, and despite the best efforts of the staff to see if they can get the concurrence of B and C, there's no process. So, I think we have a bigger subject here to talk about in terms of maybe the ordinance amendments that are going to be considered perhaps this fall. But we are, in our effort to try and get these matters resolved amicably, it is possible that we're treading on the rights of others involved in each permit application.
Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Blau, I just want to reiterate, a new permit is approved and there's an appeal period and a notice, just like the first permit. So neighbor A and B who didn't appeal will have an opportunity to see what those changes are to that permit, and then they can appeal that if they want. So there is a process. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't see that. You're telling me, because we've seen it in the past, where someone files an appeal, the appeal is withdrawn, we don't see it. You don't bring it before the planning commission.
That's correct.
Because there's been some private settlement. We don't know what that is. Neither does property owner B or C. So we don't know that it adversely affects them or not. And I'm just saying, I would be much happier if the appeal is withdrawn, that it still brought it before the commission to approve the withdrawal. And if we find reason, or someone from the public comes up and creates some other argument that it should be reviewed further by the commission, we can do that. So I get that if they radically change the this project description, it's a new project. But if it's some private settlement between the parties and we don't know what it is, and neither does property owner B or C, I think that's a flaw in the process. I've said enough about that. I did that last meeting. I've said enough about it. It's up to the supervisors to amend the process or not, but that's my concern.
Okay, so Director Plowman, right after you, then we're going to go to Mr. Pettit. Okay, so go ahead with your response.
Oh, I would just say that we are very attuned to that concern. which is why if there are changes in that project description, and sometimes they don't even have to be radical, that has the potential to affect other neighbors, we issue new permits so that they can appeal it. I hear your concern, and I can understand why the commission would like to know how these things get resolved. I understand that. We do our best we can within the bounds of the code to make sure that the other neighbors who may not have been a part of the first appeal have an opportunity to see what those changes are and make an appeal if those changes negatively affect them.
Okay, Mr. Pettit.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to remind the commission that we are on the director's report agenda item. It has been a fulsome conversation, a good conversation. But as Ms. Plowman indicated, Director Plowman, excuse me, the appeal process, both the appeal process and the process for revising a permit are set forth in the LUDC. And if the commission would like to have a more detailed discussion about potential changes to that process or how planning staff implements that process, I would recommend agendizing it.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Pettit. Commissioner Bradley.
Okay. I think it definitely needs more conversation. I really appreciated Commissioner Cooney's segue into that kind of wrap effort and Mr. Pettit's reminder. But I think we're going way down a rabbit hole on this. We have struggled with land use permits and the number of appeals because the land use permit is not typically the permit that we should be dealing with. We are better suited for subdivisions, development plans, CUPs, big meaty projects. And so we've gone into this micromanagerial function of looking at LUPs on appeal because that's the way the ordinance sets it up. If it comes out, what I'm hearing from staff is that if there's a change to the project description, then it effectively faces a new appeal period. And the other point I just want us to remember before we get back to this for a full discussion is that the parties that are concerned about it, they have to be on their game. They have to track it. They have to be in touch with staff. I am confident that staff gives anybody who's considered an appeal, the information that they need. So to suggest that a land use permit withdrawal return to the Planning Commission, I really think I would never support that. I would never support that because I don't even think that we should be focusing on land use permit appeals as much as we have been. It's just a hazard of the ordinance that's been adopted. So I look forward to a full discussion about this process-wise because it's clear we have struggled with the land use permit appeals. We want to treat them like a CUP or a DP. We really want to because that's what we're better suited for. And so when we get into LUPs and they work out privately, it's really no different, Commissioner Blau, than, me adding on a addition to my house and I need an LUP. That's appealable too. And so if I work it out with my neighbors later, that would never come back to us. The point is that the neighbors are working it out. So I have to agree to disagree on that comment. And I really look forward to the conversation later about process and how to adjust it if at all. I think that what staff has suggested is very thorough and very cognizant of all sides of these appeals.
Well, I'm going to take Mr. Pettit's lead and ask that we agendize this discussion later at another hearing and meeting. We discuss this. It does bother me. Commissioner Bradley, I agree with you that I really don't want to get involved in this, but I see a problem here. I can see a very easy abuse of the process by taking a project that may be somewhat controversial. I'm going to get my buddy to go make the appeal and 10 days later withdraw it. How do you, and therefore it's no longer appealable. The time frame is gone. So it bothers me. I don't want to have that. There's enough abuse of the appeal process as it is. I don't need to make it worse. So if we could agendize this for a later hearing, I'd be very grateful.
Or a light agenda day in the future, right?
Thank you. I heard you, and we will work on that.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I would fully support that as well. This has been a good discussion, but it's kind of hard to really thoroughly explore a subject when it's such an impromptu discussion. I think we all have more patience for thinking things through when it's agendized, and we do have some dates in the future that'll be canceled because we don't have items for them. So that's an idea. I want to point out one thing that I would bring up as an example of why we want to carefully look at this and make sure we're avoiding the unforeseen consequences of what can happen sometimes. I think the cannabis industry would agree with Commissioner Blau in many ways, but they are afraid that when they enter into agreements and then it goes into the process that was so ably described by Director Plowman, that it opens the matter up. They thought they've settled to a whole new set of appeals from a whole new set of people, and they're never willing to do that. The irony in this, though, is that if the Planning Commission has the gumption to thoroughly engage in the process and get these changes into the project description, or rather into the conditions of approval, and then the applicant can put it in the project description, then it doesn't open up a whole new set of appeals, okay? And that's why sometimes the industry is sort of asking us to engage in this process and get CCW type conditions in there in the first place, so they don't have to do it by private agreement and then run the risk of having some kind of a confirmation they've changed the project description and it starts an appeal process all over again. That may sound complicated, but that's the world we live in, and we should agendize this so we can discuss these kind of unforeseen consequences that make the process not work so well. I don't think we have to beat ourselves up about the idea that there's a flaw in the process, because nowhere in this county or this state or this country or this world has anybody attempted this kind of cannabis regulation before. So the fact that we are kind of making things up on the fly, doing our best, well, let's keep trying to do better, but let's not beat ourselves up for having a flawed process. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradley, you're done? Okay, very good.
And Chair,
All right.
Chair Freeney, I think we did get a request to add on to public speaking because we had such a very robust and thorough conversation. So we'd like to ask the chair if they just honor that request for public comment on this item.
Of course. Very, very good. Director Plowman?
No, I was wondering if it was on this item or just general public comment.
Okay. Well, we'll just go back and see if there's anyone from the public who would like to comment on today's discussion.
Mr. Chair, the request was from Renee O'Neill, and it's just to respond to Director Plowman's question. It was in direct response to the discussion that took place as a result of her information or her director's report.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's have Miss O'Neill comment.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
I just want to commend the commissioners and Director Plowman for this really thorough report and interesting discussion. I'm intrigued by this process, and I agree with Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Cooney in their concerns with the way this process may go forward. The other reason I wanted to speak is to thank the Planning and Development Department, who I have been corresponding with some of the folks there in my concerns over what is still going on in Tepesquay Canyon. And from what I understand, the Planning and Development Department has been working closely and I guess behind the scenes with all the different agencies that oversee cannabis approval. And I'm really hoping that we do get this bad actor out of our community with the support and all the work that the planning and development people are doing with the enforcement agencies when in relation to the violations that have been piling up for many, many years on this particular person's operation. So thank you for your hard work on everything you're doing, and thank you for the planning department's work. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Okay, I think what we'll do, we'll go to the consent agenda and then we'll take a break. Mr. Villalobos, we have a consent agenda item before us. Can you read that in, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Ginger Anderson of Stantec, agent for the applicant Painter Energy Storage LLC, to approve the following: a one-year time extension for case 21 TEX 11 from the date of permit expiration to April 29, 2022, for coastal permit 19 CDP 110, a 4.5 years or 54 months time extension from the date of permit expiration to April 29th, 2026 for conditional use permit 19 CUP 42, and to accept the previously adopted CEQA exemption pursuant to sections 15301, 15303, and 15304 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. So would any one from the commission like to move this to the standard agenda? Commissioner Cooney?
No, I should have listened to the end of your sentence. Chair Freeney, I am prepared to move approval. I just wanted to comment, staff has included the staff report from our prior action, and in that report and looking at the request, I see no reason not to grant it. So I'd be in favor of approving it as a consent item.
I'll second it.
Thank you, commissioners. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment on this?
Mr. Chair, I did not see anyone specifically sign up for comment on the consent agenda, but if there's anyone who is present and would like to comment on this item, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Can we move forward with the vote, please?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. All right, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back to our regular agenda. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. So we had discussed moving, is it item 3 to item 1?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe that the action of the Planning Commission on this item is relatively simple. I'll read the item into the record first. The following is a hearing on the request of Mark Chatillo on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. Appellant to consider case number 21 APL5, an appeal of approval for coastal development permit, case number 19 CDP 62 by the Director of the Planning and Development Department. And staff is here in the hearing room, should the commission have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lair, are you here?
Ms. Lair is not here. This is
Okay.
Mr. Dargle. I'm here with Dara as well, who's the planner.
Okay.
Dara, do you have any comments that you want to make?
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. As mentioned, the appellant for this item withdrew their appeal of the Creek Property Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation Project. As a result, the director's approval of 19 CDP 62, dated February 2nd, 2021, is final, and today's staff is recommending that your commission acknowledge the withdrawal of the appeal and drop the item from today's agenda.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chatillo?
Good morning, members of the commission. Staff is correct that we have withdrawn this appeal. Apropos of the prior discussion, this is a complicated situation with respect to trying to navigate the ordinance, staff requirements, and the rapidly evolving technology. But I hear the commissioner, some of the concerns stated by the commissioners with respect to the process and transparency. And it is the desire of the groups that I've been working with to keep this as transparent as possible. In this case, the timing of some of the matters that we're working on and the scheduling necessitated that at this point there's not any further public articulation of how this project as this project goes ahead. But I can assure you that there are no changes to the project description. That was one of the things that Director Blau or Commissioner Blau mentioned, and others. And I think that's an absolutely legitimate concern. But any changes will be subject to the county's ordinary planning process. So at this point, we have gotten to a point with the technology that we're very, very hopeful that there will be significant upgrades to odor control technologies across significant parts of the Carpinteria cannabis community. This withdrawal is one early piece of that, and there will be more to follow as we work this through with staff, with the industry, and with the applicants, and involve the community. So our request is that you acknowledge the withdrawal of this appeal and let us proceed to try and work some of these tricky issues out in a way that's going to benefit the community and the county and the industry's interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chatillo. Mr. Higgins?
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate all of those words, and we appreciate the withdrawal.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, our remainder of our public speakers signed up for items number 1 or 2 specifically, but if there's anyone present who would like to speak, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission then. Any comments or actions the commission would like to take at this time? No comments. How about a motion? Commissioner Park.
Well, I just want to tease Mr. Higgins for wearing a pro harms hat when he's representing Creek Farms in this project, but we can discuss that later. And then this is really, I think, Mr. Cooney's motion to make, but since he hasn't made it yet, I'll move to accept withdrawal.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Cooney, you're muted. There we are.
I will second, Mr. Chair, with the comment that this is an example where I and other commissioners have no idea what has resulted in this settlement. We can take the position that it's good that it's being settled, but we and the public are dependent on the actions of Mr. Shatillo as a representative of the public's interest here, and it's something that concerns me and it concerns others as well. So we'll be coming back to that. But in this case, our only choice is to acknowledge or ignore, and so I'm seconding the motion to acknowledge.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to, for the motion maker on the first and second, that it's to move the staff's recommendations in the memo, which is to acknowledge the withdrawal of the appeal as set forth in that memo dated July 20th.
And Commissioner Park.
That's exactly what I meant to say.
Yes, thank you. And Commissioner Cooney.
I wanted to second whatever Commissioner Park moved.
Okay. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment that at least this came before us and we allowed the public an opportunity to weigh in and comment. Obviously, no one did, so there's no reason to do anything but acknowledge the withdrawal of the appeal. But at least this is better than not having the hearing at all. So I'm satisfied and will support the withdrawal.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. Mr. Villalobos, vote please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion
Sorry,
passes.
I like Jay's fashion statement there. We adjusted it, yeah.
I'm not a fan, but we'll be talking later, Jay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, can we move on to the next item, please?
Mr. Chair, I assume you mean item number 1 on the agenda.
Okay. Yes.
All right. The Planning Commission will receive a briefing from the County Executive Office regarding cannabis business licenses.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. I didn't know if there was going to be an introduction. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Brittany Heaton, and I am the Principal Analyst for Cannabis, working in the County Executive Office. I took this position in January of this year, but I previously worked in the Public Works Department for 9 years, and so I'm familiar with county government, and I know I haven't met most of you, but I do tune into these meetings when my schedule allows. I've been watching various cannabis cultivation permit applications go through the process. And so I feel like I know you a little bit. Commissioner Bradley might remember that we met professionally in my public works role. So when she came on board, so nice to see you. And thank you for having me here today. I know this was sort of a long time coming. There was a request, and I think my predecessor, well, not directly my predecessor, but Barney Malekian was here back in March of last year in 2020. So it's good to be here and give you all an update on what's going on with cannabis business licensing and get into a little bit on compliance and enforcement. Next slide, please. I just want to check in and make sure everyone can hear me okay. Yes?
Yes, we hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So today's presentation, I'm gonna keep it rather brief. I do want to give you some information, but I also want to allow for time for questions. But we'll start with just, generally the purpose and authority around cannabis business licensing. Talk about cannabis business licenses when they're required and who needs to have them. And then talk about the review process for a business license application, and then get into some of the emerging issues and also some of the items that we've addressed since the last time we were here. Next slide, please. So the purpose and authority, I'm sure you're all familiar that the Board of Supervisors adopted the Cannabis Business License Ordinance, which is Chapter 50 of the County Code. And it allows for an inquiry into the fitness of the proposed user. And that is, that's differing from the permit process, of course, which examines the use and the compliance with the zoning ordinance, Chapter 35. And so we're really looking at the operator and the operations. And so the intent of this chapter is to encourage a well-regulated cannabis industry and to eliminate the illegal cannabis operations and access to the illegal and untested cannabis, or what people like to refer to as the black market, and also to protect the health, life, safety, and general welfare of residents, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. That's evident in Chapter 35 as well. Next slide, please. So a cannabis business license is required for any person or entity who wants to engage in commercial cannabis operation in the unincorporated county. They need to obtain a business license from, ultimately it gets issued by the treasurer tax collector, but from the county. And a separate cannabis business license is required for each person or entity for each fixed location in which the commercial cannabis activity is to occur, and for each licensed activity. So, for example, many of the cultivators will have a license for cultivation and nursery. And so they will apply for 2 different licenses. And our license types are mirror the states to some extent. There are some differences, but I'll get into some of the types at a later slide. But the most common right now in our county are cultivation and nursery. And just to be clear on also about the entity, you may have approved permits for a property that can grow 6 acres, for example. That 6 acres may hold multiple operators, maybe 2 that are each going to cultivate 3 acres. Each of those operators need to get a separate business license under that permit. So next slide, please. This is just to clarify that a business license needs to be issued and obtained prior to commencement of the business or the operation. and if the business is in operation and a license possessed prior to the expiration of such license. And that gets into renewals, and I'll talk a little bit about that. There is an exception that I know you're all familiar with, which is the operators in our county that are currently operating under legal nonconforming. Chapter 50 contains provisions that allow for the use of cannabis cultivation to continue until our acreage cap is reached, as long as the operator is making progress through the permitting and the licensing process. They're filing their tax reports, they're paying their taxes, and they're complying with requirements of the land use entitlement if it's been issued, the county code and state law. And any person who seeks or obtains a state annual cannabis license is also required to obtain the corresponding Santa Barbara County cannabis business license. Next slide, please. So what does a business license application look like? Well, we require, Chapter 50 has all the specifics of what's required. Generally, I'll just tell you, the background and contact information. We ask for information on, financial interest holders of 20% or more, managers, full-time employees, the entity itself, and a 24-hour contact. Those are all required. And then information on the operation, a copy of any state licenses that the operator may hold. Generally, they don't hold state licenses prior to applying for a business license, although the legal nonconforming operators do have provisional state licenses. And so we'll ask for documentation of those. And of course, the quantity and type of state licenses required. So what they anticipate they'll be applying for at the state level. Seller's permits, and then the land use entitlement and permit. We require a copy of the approved and or issued land use entitlement and an approved premises diagram or a signed set of plans as part of that approval. Next slide, please. Some of the other documents that are required are a site security plan, and this covers cameras, lighting, and fencing, which are sort of unique to a cannabis cultivation operation. Background checks, a quality control plan, energy conservation plan, inventory control plan, cultivation plan, and transportation plan. So many different components. Next slide, please. These components are reviewed by the business license team, which is made up of many departments. And I guess I actually put these slides maybe out of order. But we'll get to who the team is. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Skipped ahead. I appreciate that. So the team, who's reviewing these various plans and components is made up of the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. They're looking at that. They're looking at the cultivation plan, County Fire, or Carp-Summerlin Fire District. The Sustainability Division of Community Services, they review the Energy Conservation Plan. Planning and Development obviously has a role in reviewing that permit and the operations and making sure that the operations that are listed in the business license match what is approved in the project description, and also the footprint, among other things. Public Health, so the Environmental Health Services Division is looking at the inventory control plan, pest management, waste management. The Sheriff's Department, they're reviewing that site security plan and doing the background checks, and then Treasurer, Tax Collector. Generally for a new operation, we still check in to make sure that there aren't any outstanding tax issues with the entity, but really they're issuing the license in the end per our recommendation. So if you could go back a slide, please. Mr. Seward, thank you. So what is the CEO's role in all of this? We are the lead coordinator for the licensing review process and for cannabis business licenses. And so we established an online portal similar to what planning uses. We use Acela, although our instance of Acela is different from planning's. It's web-based, but so they don't speak to each other, but the planners are familiar, and all the other departments that we're working with are learning and getting up to speed. But that, so a applicant will apply through Acela, and once that application is complete, the CEO's office reviews that application and reviews it for completeness to ensure that all of the information is there, that it's comprehensive, and that all of the conditional documents, i.e. those plans that I just went over, are included. And then when the application is deemed complete, it'll be forwarded to the licensing team that I just talked about in the last slide. It does start with planning and development. They are our first pre-approval, and that approval is just to review the permit and the plans that are submitted and ensure that they are what is in fact or was approved. Usually they have a signature, so it's pretty obvious, but we have had situations where we get we get different copies of plans and permits, and we want to make sure we're working with the most recent version that has been approved. And then the rest of the team, then it gets forwarded once the P&D does their pre-approval to the rest of the team to go out and start reviewing those documents and doing site inspections, and then ultimately recommending approval or denial of the license. And along those lines, the CEO's office does have a role in determining if there's a cause for denial based on a recommendation from any of the licensing team or compliance staff. But as part of that process, we do need to review if there's and determine if there's a reason that denial can be resolved. And if so, establish a time frame for that resolution, and then followed by the applicant requesting a re-review of that portion of the application, and then ultimately approval or denial of the license issuance, which we then forward onto the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office for issuance. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so an update on where we are with business licenses. So to date, we have issued 24 licenses, and that's 24 licenses to 14 unique operators. So you recall I talked about an operator potentially having 2 licenses, one for cultivation, one for nursery. So that's how we get to 24. But we've so far licensed 14 unique operators. And we have 102 business licenses pending, and there's a breakdown of those pending licenses. And so this is where we get into the types of licenses I mentioned: cultivator and nursery. We don't have any active manufacturing licenses out there pending. We have 3 retail non-storefront, that's essentially delivery services in our county, 11 distributor licenses. And what is not showing here, they're not in, we don't have any business license applications submitted yet, but I did want to give you an update. We will have some retail, right? Storefront. We completed the criteria-based selection process to rank applicants for retail storefront in the unincorporated county in 5 of the 6 community plan areas. And those number 1 ranked applicants were notified and were invited to start the permit process. And they should be in very short order submitting their applications for permits. And then once that's underway, we anticipate having some business licenses applications submitted for those retail. And let's see. I think, yes, we covered that. So 102 business licenses pending. That's for 73 unique operators. So it's a large number, over 100, but it's 73 unique operators, and an application will cover 2 or 3 different types of licenses. Those licenses are pending, but we have 73 that are in process, actual applications. And of those, 38 have approved or issued permits. So over half have approved permits. The rest are still working through the permit process. Right, next slide, please. So I have to be consistent with the last slide, I have a correction on this slide. I apologize. So business license renewals issued should be 4, and that's to 3 unique operators, but we've issued 4 renewals. And pending is 11 to 6 operators. So I wasn't consistent in the 2 slides, and I apologize for that. So it's 4 issued, 11 pending. These numbers 3 and 6 are the number of unique operators. And when we're talking about business license renewals, the process is very similar to an initial application. It is a robust application process. I bulleted out 2 items that are in addition to what you would submit under a initial application. And one of those is a log of odor complaints and responses to those complaints in compliance with Chapter 35 of the County Code. And then, of course, they need to submit any updated information or documentation that may have been just revised or changed since their initial approval and application. And then all of that information, again, gets reviewed by the county executive office for completeness. It gets forwarded to the departments. There are site visits, there's compliance determination, and we ensure that the applicant continues to meet standards for the issuance of a license. And that's done on an annual basis. Next slide, please. All right, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the changes that have occurred. Some of these, I think Mr. Malakian spoke about when he was here over a year ago, but I just want to reinforce that our cannabis policy group continues to meet as needed. We are, right now, there's a lot of meetings between the county executive office, planning and development, and those other departments that are affected by the building code and requirements around buildings on properties. And we also, so we've been talking about the processing and what that looks like and the timing of receiving building permits and approving business licenses. We also will be meeting fairly regularly in the next couple months to bring another ordinance amendment to Chapter 50 to the board. When we brought our last ordinance amendment in February, right after I first started, and there were still some outstanding issues, and we committed to the board that we'd come back around October for some ordinance amendments. So that policy group is meeting. We're very active. We're always looking at the ordinance and how we can do things better and tighten things up. Legal review, we have a legal group that meets once a month. That includes the county executive office, county council, and planning and development, and the Ag Commissioner's office occasionally. But it's mostly CEO and planning and council, just to review some of those administrative type of legal challenges that we're seeing. And that is separate from the cannabis enforcement team. The enforcement team is made up of the district attorney's office and the sheriff's office, and then the CEO's office. And that's just to keep those sort of separate, so there aren't any conflicts with what we're trying to do on the enforcement side versus the administrative side. When Mr. Malekinen was here last, some of you may recall that he discussed that the need to develop some criteria for withdrawing state letters of authorization. So as the principal analyst, I am tasked with being the local authorization officer for our county, which means that every entity, every operation that requires a state license when they apply has to get an okay from me that they are either in compliance or that their local compliance is underway with their operation. And then once I give that approval, the state goes through their process, and someone, may hopefully, if everything is in order, will be issued a state license. The state continues to hold those licenses and allow for these operations to continue, and unless they hear otherwise from us on the local authorization. And so I can submit a letter to the state. It's called a subsequent notice of non-compliance when something is awry at the local level with our local ordinances. And so we have developed a criteria for how those letters are, when those letters are issued, and then, what the process is for the operator to appeal that determination, and then and in some cases work things out, and in other cases ultimately have their state licenses surrendered or withdrawn. We've had a couple instances where those state licenses have been surrendered. We had one in the Carp area this last year. And then sometimes those letters are all the operator needs to put a little fire under their feet to start making progress through, the permitting process or the license process, or make better progress than they had been. We also have implemented more frequent business license team meetings. So we really take the approach to enforcement and compliance is multifaceted. Each department has an individual responsibility and a means to issue violations. And so the department will follow their procedure for their notice of noncompliance and the disciplinary action and schedule. But we all, when we meet more frequently, we all discuss this, and we're figuring out how we can coordinate so that, for example, if the planning and development department says, so I'll give you a specific example that's happened in the last 10 days or so. Planner says, hey, this particular operator's permit application has been stagnant. We've given them, the 90 days to respond has come and gone. That we've given them one extension. So we are going to submit a notice of an intent to close this permit application. When I hear that says to me, okay, well, because this is a legal non-conforming operator, if they don't have an active permit application, then they are no longer eligible to hold these provisional state licenses and operate. And so I then will send a letter, which I did, to the operator saying, dear operator, you no longer have an active permit, land use permit application. And so I am going to notify the state of this, and your state licenses are at risk unless something changes. And so we coordinated very closely together on that, and just having those more frequent team meetings and talking about these individual operators. We walk through each individual operator at every meeting. It just brings us all together, and we can take this approach. So we're kind of hitting at the enforcement and compliance from several angles. And then finally, I just wanted to let you all know, if you're not aware, that we just completed a recruitment of 2 cannabis business license specialists. I'm in the process of scoring those applications, and hopefully we'll be doing interviews in August. And that's exciting because that's going to help hopefully expedite the business license process to get back to that, getting everyone permitted and licensed so we can really get down to compliance and making sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Next slide, please. And then just so that you know, we recognize that there are still some issues that need to be addressed, and these are things that we're working on. We're working with operators to ensure that they are submitting business license applications in a timely fashion. The last ordinance amendment required that an approved permit, once an applicant had an approved permit, doesn't have to be issued, whether or not it's on appeal, they need to submit a business license application within 15 days. That's proving to be a little aggressive. I think we're probably going to walk that back to 30 days in the next amendment. But regardless, what that was meant to do was to ensure that, in particular, the legal nonconforming operators are continuing through the process, right? That they aren't stopping at the permit process, that they're coming in to get their license. Because again, our goal is to get everybody permitted, licensed, and into the annual state license arena, so that we can have a robust compliance component. Another issue would be the volume of business license applications. So you all have felt the pain of the number of permit applications over the last couple of years. And those are all now, going to be transferred into the business license space. And I think Director Plowman used the term juggernaut. That's an accurate word to use. So that's where the two business license specialists will come in. And we're hoping to have them. They should be all geared up in the next couple months, and that's one way we can address that. The acreage cap. So I mentioned this, but I just want to give a reminder to the commissioners and to the public that are watching. We do have two caps, right? In the county, we have a cap in the Carpinteria Ag Overlay area of 186 acres, and that's a cap on cultivation for cannabis, and that includes all types of licenses that I went over, the processing, the distribution. So those caps apply. 186 acres in carp, and then 1,575 acres in the unincorporated balance of the county. Those caps are going to be reached here soon. And we need to, we are gearing up to ensure that we have everything in to address that reaching the cap, what it means for some of those applicants that are in process, and what it means for the legal nonconforming operators that did not make it in under the cap. And so we're looking at that and tightening up language around that. And then just generally the potential noncompliance with business license renewals. So, we're committed to doing compliance, throughout the year. When we come up on the renewals and site inspections are happening and it looks like things are out of whack, how are we handling that? And just, how much of an issue is that going to be? Hopefully very little, but we need to be aware that is something that needs to be addressed. And then finally, I think when Mr. Malekian was here before, he spoke about a pilot program with the state. This is sort of related to that, although the pilot program did not materialize for us, but there is a joint powers authority called the California Cannabis Authority. It currently has 8 county member agencies. It was sort of facilitated and established through CSAC channels, the California State Association of Counties, but is a separate authority. And what that authority does is it develops and manages a statewide data platform that gathers and collects and analyzes information from the state's track and trace system, which is also referred to as METRIC. So every operator with a state license has to input information into Metric to track and trace each individual plant and all the products in their operation. And so this membership in this Joint Powers Authority would give our county access to that information. But not only that information, it would take it a step further, and it would be compiled into data, like usable, actionable data that can assist us with enforcement, audits, and regulatory compliance efforts. And we're bringing this item to the board on August 24th. Right now it's on the long range calendar for August 24th to consider membership in that Joint Powers Authority. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. I appreciate your time today, and thank you for listening. I obviously am here to answer questions, and I have my contact information there. Please feel free to email me directly if you, as needed. I also included Stephen Yee, who you may have met in the past. He is my co-conspirator in all of this. He's the fiscal and policy analyst, and he's been working on cannabis longer than I. Has a ton of experience. So his contact information is also included there as well. Thank you so much, Chair Farini and commissioners, and I am available now for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Heaton. As you may be aware, we've been waiting to meet with you for quite a while, and your presentation so far has been very informative, and I'm sure it's sparked a lot of questions with all of our commissioners. I see them all lined up here. I did have a couple of questions to start off with. You spoke about the cap and then licensing. Sometimes we see really big grows come through, and we're wondering, it's a land use issue, right? So we issue the permit, and then we wonder, will that guy really plant all of those acres? So as you get these, as you issue those licenses through the county, how do you track their activity or lack thereof? Do you ever rescind them or reduce them to offer them to someone who will produce the tax base for the county?
Thank you, Chair Farina. That's a good question. And that is one of the topics that we will be hopefully addressing in the future, because a business license applicant is entitled to all of the acreage that's approved in their permit when they come in for a business license. And so what we're seeing is, you're right, these large grows or even smaller grows, I got a permit for 100 acres, and so I'm applying for 100 acres. But in reality, they may not be planting or farming all 100 acres initially. And right now, the ordinance doesn't speak to a timeline on how quickly or how long they have to get to those 100 acres, just using my example of 100 acres. And so that's something we need to think about, because they will hold their place in the cap because they have the permit to cultivate on 100 acres. But how long should that be held? Right now, the ordinance says that the eligibility list will be reviewed annually, and that's mostly for the folks that didn't make it in under the cap. Do they want to stay on the list and maintain their spot? But I think, practically speaking, that will also be a question to the people that are in under the cap and are not cultivating their entire acreage. And then we need to figure out, is there a timeline? Is there a sunset on that hold in the cap? Right now, that doesn't exist. But that is part of the conversation we're having around the cap.
So I've heard there's 1,200 acres approved, but does that mean land use plans, not necessarily licensing? So
that's correct. So I think Director Plowman gave us some updated numbers. It's around 1,200 acres in the unincorporated area that have been approved. right now, our eligibility list, if you were to go on our website, and it will be updated actually at the end of this week again, and so those numbers will change slightly. But in the unincorporated area, it's so far only about 500 acres are secured in the cap.
And
So
then,
there is a difference because a application, your permit doesn't guarantee your space in the cap, right? And I know that in the beginning that might have not have been clear to everyone, but that we are trying to make that very clear to all of our applicants.
so when you see that you have, say 1,200 and 500, do you also have a number that shows actual acres of production that are truly producing cannabis?
No, we don't have that at this time. That's something that we definitely could consider. And it may something we can look at under the state licensing, because the state licensing is done by smaller area, by acreage, like smaller areas, actually by square footage. And so we could get into that, but no, I don't have those numbers.
I was just wondering if you were considering having that as part of the statistics for what's really going on in the future with the cannabis production.
Yeah, we'll take that under consideration, Chair Farini, because I think it would be important. And obviously, in the my prior answer, we're going to need to have that information in order to figure out what will happen and how long someone can hold a space in the cap under non-production, right? We do have to give people some amount of time to gear up, and some they went through the permit process, so we need to allow for that. But what is that time frame? We're working on that.
Great. Okay, well, thank you, and we'll move to Commissioner Cooney as next. Commissioner Cooney, you're muted.
I just wanted to express appreciation for Ms. Heaton giving a concise explanation. Still am not clear exactly how long all of this is taking, but we hear constantly from the public that the process is elongated, and so I know you're doing your best, and it will help to have the 2 additional employees working on licensing.
Yes, thank you, Chair Farini and Commissioner Cooney. I'm well aware of the time frame, and one of the things that I didn't mention, because I didn't want to bore you with Acela details, but our Acela instance was pretty clunky in the beginning, and we're still working out issues, but we did have sort of this 3-phased process that was just making things go way longer than they ever should have. And we've consolidated as of the end of May. And so the applicants that are coming in now, at least in the initial piece of getting their application deemed complete and passed on to the rest of the team so that they can start their site inspections, is happening much quicker. We probably reduced that timeline by 2 months. And that, again, that happened at the end of May. So we only have a few to speak to, but I know from my personal experience, and because I am also reviewing business licenses, I'm in there, getting my hands dirty. It's going much faster. So we're working on that, and we're always trying to find ways to expedite and make this more efficient. And I believe the departments, P&D is a great example. I mean, it took a little while to gear up, but once they got their feet under them, I mean, look at where you all are now. And so we're kind of coming behind that wave, right? So now here we are, but our departments are gearing up, and they've staffed up, and they're putting more resources. And so I'm very optimistic that this process will move forward much quicker.
Thank you. Commissioner Park.
Chair Farini, I have 4 questions, and they're kind of, you know, remotely related, but not directly related. And I'd like to start on them, but if you feel that I'm kind of monopolizing the time, please interrupt me, and then I can get back to one of my questions later. Does that make sense?
We'll monitor you closely.
Good, thank you. Because I have a very important engagement at 5:30, so I want this to be done.
No, don't say that.
Ms. Heaton, you know, this is a very well organized presentation. It's a very important one because we haven't really had anything like this in the whole period of cannabis regulation. And I you know, I got to chuckle to myself because I can't imagine, you know, why you would have taken this job. If I drew up the guidelines for the most stressful job in the universe, you voluntarily applied for it and you've mastered it in just 6 months. So kudos to you. But so here, first question, simple one I've never understood. What is stacking?
Thank you, Commissioner Park and Chair Farini. So stacking is a term that's used in when we describe state licenses, state license stacking, and that is when an operation holds multiple licenses for an area and adjacent areas, and so the state licenses are right now they have a medium, which is 1 acre. And then small after that, 10,000 square feet. So you can imagine for some of these projects that you've permitted, or that we've, you know, our county has permitted, we have stacking going on, right? We have hundreds of state licenses for one operation because they have to have a license for each 10,000 square foot of cultivation or, you know, area. And so some jurisdictions don't allow for stacking because maybe they're trying to encourage smaller operations, or it doesn't jive with their, you know, their zoning. But that's what stacking is. It's just holding multiple state licenses, you know, I guess in a metaphorical stack.
Well, this is like quantum physics. I got to admit that it exists and somebody can explain it to me and I still don't get it. So I'll move on. The second question is, you've explained what has heretofore been a mysterious process to me, but one part is still a mystery. Where does the public get involved? For the land use part, I get it. You know, we have open public hearings and the public gets involved on CUP applications and other things. They get involved on LUP appeals. In that process that you've outlined, I don't understand where the public gets to talk about their concerns in your approval of business licenses. And that goes to both the initial granting of the approval, but also any appellate process. So could you address that?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, the business license process does not explicitly allow for public input. It's an operational license. I certainly hear from the public, and you know, most of the complaints or most of the concerns, I would say, not necessarily complaints, but most questions or concerns generally fall under the permit, to be honest, or we have heard concerns about things that may, you know, for example, pesticide use, then, you know, that goes to the Ag Commissioner's office. But as far as like reviewing the application for a business license, there isn't a particular spot where the public gets involved. I mean, similar to other business licenses, it is, you know, the notice of development goes out when there's a permit and everyone gets notified. But for the business license, it's really an internal, you know, multi-departmental approach to ensuring that the operation is meeting all of the guidelines.
Well, you know, I appreciate you being so forthright about that. And to me, it's a major flaw because to put it in very crude terms, people come to my house to complain about what's happening in your house. And that's kind of a concern. Third thing, the acreage cap. I'm very glad you had that in one of your later slides. I thought the acreage cap was a very good idea, and I'm referring to the 1,500 acre, the countywide one, when it first happened. Now that we've experienced it, and I've spoken a lot with people that are proponents of cannabis and opponents of it and all that, I think there are some real unforeseen consequences about the cap that are arguably detrimental to the public interest, and that possibly those detrimental parts of the cap outweigh the benefits. I'm not sure, and I'm just concerned, will that get a robust debate? And will there be discussion of how the cap works, and will it continue in its present form, or are we just going to crash into a fence and see what happens?
Thank you, Commissioner Park, Chair Farini. I think as part of our ordinance amendment that's coming up this fall and bringing to the board for Chapter 50, there will be sort of an entree for the board to look at the cap, and it really is it's codified, right? And so if we need to make a change to the cap, the number or what have you, that would be a decision at the board level. Certainly, staff is going to weigh into the operational side of it and how things are playing out. And we would like to make some recommendations about how to make once the cap is reached and reaching the cap and then managing the cap easier for everyone. But as far as, so ultimately, we're starting the conversation now. So I don't think we're going to crash and burn. Or you didn't say burn, probably. You said
well, I said crash into a fence, but.
Okay. I don't think we're going to crash into a fence. And part of that is, that's my job. And I know Director Plowman has brought it up too. We're aware, and that's why it was on the slide, right? And so I don't think we're going to crash into a fence. Does there need to be more conversation? Yes. And then if, ultimately anything that changes around the cap, needs to come from the board, it would require a change to the ordinance.
Okay. Well, that leads right into my fourth question. And, but just a note, I'd like Secretary Wilson and Director Plowman take note that I would sure like to see us agendize a planning commission session in all the time that we have in the kind of empty hearings between now and, October, whatever it is, where the planning commission can discuss ideas and suggestions regarding ordinance amendments and give the public a good rousing chance to be heard. Okay, fourth question. This process, which includes land use, includes enforcement, it includes the business plan, the business licensing and all that, is been surprisingly long to just everybody. And it is what it is. I was alarmed when I read the Los Angeles Times articles of a couple of weeks ago. I'll bet you read them too. And they basically said that 4 out of every 5 acres where cannabis is grown in this state is they're illegal grows, and that the illegal grows are increasing, not decreasing. And they're increasing because of the regulatory environment, the tax environment, and all that. It just makes it more appealing to grow, and ignoring all that. And we've had a change in law that says, illegal growing is now a misdemeanor, even on these enormous scales. And we talk about in the Antelope Valley, where we have tremendous environmental crushing, horrible things happening, and stealing of water, stealing of electricity, people alarmed by armed guards that are trespassing on their properties. It's a horrible thing. It's why many of us voted for the proposition to legalize it in the first place, so we wouldn't run into to illegal grows. And what it does is it kind of separates the good guys from the bad guys. And the good guys are the ones that we see in the process that try to go forward on their permits. And when they do that in Carpinteria, then hello, now they're permitted and they're actually regulated on odor control, and we can do something about it. And we have the analogs for the outdoor grows. And it's kind of unfortunate because we've had this process of scrutinizing, and I've been the worst nitpicker of it all. I'll confess. We've scrutinizing these people that are trying to do it the right way and kind of demonizing them in a way when it's the bad guys who are irresponsible with these giant blossoming non-conforming grows that aren't really pushing very hard on the permits, or just out and out doing it illegal like the Antelope Valley. And we're kind of penalizing the good guys, and by penalizing the good guys, we're letting the bad guys flourish, and it's not good for us. I visited a processing facility where the grower pays so much attention in their processing and purity of the product that goes into the vaping pens. And believe me, the folks that have these illegal grows don't pay attention to that kind of stuff. So there's safety issues as well. Anyway, long story short, this process is a serial process. We go through the land use planning, then we do the business license. And, we have 1,200 acres approved in the land use planning. 700 of those acres might go and say, well, I guess we don't get our business license. Somebody else gets it. We've gone through this big process with the Planning Commission, and that's the only place where the public got a chance to be heard. And it didn't really matter after all. So here's the deal. Is it possible that we could kind of fold this process together so we could make the business licensing contemporaneous with the land use planning, so we all have better idea of what's going on? The public would understand it a lot better, and it would take a lot less time and reward the good guys instead of the bad guys. Is that something that you think is workable, possible, and maybe even you might favor? How's that for a question?
Well, thank you for that. I do, I am aware. Didn't have a chance to read those articles and all, but I read the summaries, and I share your concern around all of the growth in illegal grows. I will tell you that our sheriff's office has a whole wing of enforcement, and they are active and finding and quelching the illegal grows that are happening in our county. The reality is they often are in remote areas and are obviously trying to fly under the radar and not be noticed. And so, what we're hearing about is what's visible to the public, right? All the people that are in the process. And so it's kind of an unfortunate circumstance of what's going on. And I do share your concern there. I haven't heard from our office in particular that things are getting out of hand or they've seen an increase necessarily in our county. But if it's happening in LA, it's probably, it could be, usually it starts there and then kind of creeps into other areas. So we'll keep an eye on that. But as far as your question about, it sounds like, I want to make sure I understand, we have looked, so what we're doing right now is what we refer to as concurrent processing, whereby an applicant who has an approved permit, so they may still be on appeal, there are things they have to work out before it'll be issued, are working through the business license process at the same time so that the timeline is compressed. But it sounded like you were maybe even suggesting something beyond concurrent and like completely overlaid.
Brittany, if I could
concurrent to me means starting at the same
time, right?
Yeah.
So there's a reason. If I can just intervene here, there's a reason why it's not like that. And that is because the project makes so many changes through the process that it didn't, we set it up specifically this way to avoid duplication of effort and problems that would result in changes happening on the permit and then not being tracked in the business license. So that is how we ended up with a process of allowing them to submit at approval.
In fact,
I get that. I think that that's led to some ways where actually it achieves the opposite result. And whenever we're good people looking at good processes, we re-examine to see if they're working, especially if there's something we had to invent. And so it's just something I suggest we take another look at. It'd be good for the public as well as the industry. But anyway.
And I did want to add that the board is going to be looking at these things, just to provide a little bit of extra support to Brittany here. They're looking at the issues of the cap. They're going to be considering them in the quarterly reports. And so that the board gets, those quarterly updates so they can kind of keep an eye on what's happening. And there is talk about how the cap is affecting things and what those issues raise. But that's where those conversations will end up happening in that quarterly report. And we'll either, the CEO's office will either get direction to change Chapter 50 or not.
Well, thank you for your input, and thank you, Chair Farini, for indulging me, and thank you, Ms. Heaton, for thanking you after each crazy, difficult question and proceeding to answer them. And so I'll relinquish the floor.
Okay. Commissioner Bradley.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, because I think Commissioner Blau could have been up earlier, but following on to that very topic, wasn't the concurrent processing, wasn't that an early iteration of the program, Director Plowman? I thought there was a concept, and we actually heard from maybe the industry that was impossible, so they adjusted it to be sequential. Do I have that wrong?
But you're at
well, I'm actually asking Director Plowman.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, I don't recall that conversation.
Okay.
What I recall was that it was specifically designed in this way, and we ended up changing Chapter 50 to allow them to submit at approval because it was even pushed out further than that previously.
Okay.
So we tried to create some overlap so that people who got stuck in an appeal process for months on end would not lose a place essentially in line under the cap.
Oh, okay. So when we're talking approval, we're talking approval of the original LUP.
Yeah.
Or approval by the decision maker of a DP if required. Okay.
Yeah.
So then all the appeal stuff was not holding the applicant back.
Correct.
Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Correct.
All right. I had other questions, but I'm not sure if I'm next on the packet.
Let's let Commissioner Blau go, then we'll come back to you.
You bet.
You know what? Thanks. This is kind of a rhetorical comment, but after 14 years on this commission, I'm getting used to the fact that Santa Barbara County can't do anything in a reasonable period of time. But my comment is, we had a briefing from the CEO's office. In fact, it was the assistant CEO, I think, last year sometime, talking about how we're going to have the retail licenses in November, December, then it was January. Now it's August, and I guess none have been issued so far. So, Ms. Heaton, what's your best guess to when we can start seeing a retail store opened and the county can start collecting their enormous revenues that they anticipated going forward?
Thank you, Commissioner Blau and Chair Farini. The retail process definitely has seen some delays. It was my number one task and priority when I started in January to get that process moving a little quicker. And I was, I think, successful in that, barring legal challenges. So I mentioned that 5 of the 6 CPAs have been, are fully final ranked, and those applicants, now it's in their court. The number 1 ranked applicants, they need to submit their permits applications to P&D, and then the business license will come after that. I hope that we will see at least 1 retail operation opened by the end of this calendar year. The buildings, with the exception of one, they're all existing buildings, right? They do need to make improvements. Nobody's ready to open right away necessarily, but so that takes some time. And I don't know if anyone in planning and development has a sense of how those are going or what they look like. I spoke to Mr. Wilson a little bit yesterday. They all have their some unique challenges, and of course, when you're talking about public process, we do know that there are community concerns with almost every location for one reason or another. And so that we'll see how the permit process goes. And then for the final community plan area, I didn't mention that the Orchid community plan area was delayed due to a court case. We were challenged in court on the scoring of an application in the Orchid area for phase 2. So we had a process that had a phase 1 where we screened the applicants initially to see if they qualified. There was a couple screening criteria, and then phase 2 was a business operations scoring system that they needed to get a score of 85 or higher to move into phase 3. And this particular applicant in Orchid did not get an 85, and they challenged that, and they challenged it initially with their protest to us, and we said no, we stand by our score, and then they challenged it in court. And ultimately, last Friday, the 23rd, the judge ruled in the county's favor. And so we are going to be able to move forward with the ranking of those. But that did take, that added time. And we didn't have a lot of control over that process other than to just, to say, hey, we did our due diligence and we followed the ordinance and stood by our scores. And we were successful. So that's the good news. The bad news is everybody in Orchid is still waiting to hear about the rankings. And I'm hoping to get those out this week. I'm waiting for a signed court order before I can post those.
And I appreciate that. My comment is that, I'm sorry to say this, and it's not your doing, and I'm glad that they put you in the position to maybe solve the problem, but to take 2 years, which is what it's taken so far, if you're telling me it's going to be November, December before they're open, is ridiculous. And how much money did the county lose by not having the operation done in that period of time? I have to tell you, your predecessor was real proud of the fact that it was going to take a year to develop the ordinance or to develop the program to make a selection. Are you kidding me? Now it's taken 2 years to get it done. So I'm delighted to hear that maybe you have a handle around it, but I have to tell you the truth. What takes from now till December to get an operation licensed? It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I build entire buildings, but before that, as opposed to giving somebody a license to operate a retail operation. So I just hope you can do it much quicker than that. I get the Orchid thing. I understand that the lawsuit that happened with the operator of the Old Town, not your fault, but the other 5 locations, why are they not open now? I mean, you did your ranking 3 months ago.
Yeah, they need to get their permit applications into planning. As far as I know, I don't think planning has received a complete full application yet. So, that's on the retail establishments at this point.
Ms. Heaton, we have received some. Received at least one application that I know of. Okay. They had 90 days to submit their applications, and I think they were all taking the full 90 days, as far as I know.
Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I could just add to Director Plowman and Ms. Heaton's comments, there's a 2-step process. That first process is what that selection criteria that Ms. Heaton oversaw as far as selecting an operator for one of those community plan areas. The next process, though, is actually get the entitlement. So they had 90 days from the when those criteria was announced to submit their applications. So as of this morning, I believe we have 2 applications that have been submitted. 2 more are pending, and 1 should be in by Friday. So I think the deadline was this Friday for all the planning applications to come in. But again, those are just submitted applications. We're reviewing them to make sure they are complete. And I'm sure there'll be a little back and forth with the applicants on making sure they meet our criteria for applications. So that they're now in the planning world, and the commission knows what that process is like and the timing on getting applications through. And we can keep you apprised of how that goes.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Blah?
That was my question or comment. I'm done. Let Commissioner Ridley go next.
All right, Commissioner Bradley, you're up.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple simple questions, and maybe I just wasn't writing down fast enough, or I couldn't do 2 things at once. Ms. Heaton, but first of all, thank you so much. It was a really well-organized presentation. I'm really grateful you could make time to come here and keep us in the loop, because what we do affects you and vice versa. So the acreage cap, you had said 1,200 acres approved. What is our cap? I thought it was like 1,786 or something, or is it 1,500? I've heard numbers thrown around today.
So thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Just to clarify, 1,761 is the total countywide, but that's broken down by Carpinteria and the unincorporated area. So it's 186 in Carpinteria.
Oh, okay.
And 1,575 in the rest.
Okay. Yeah, I knew there was that carp overlay carve out thing. So, okay, that's an easy question, and thank you. And then you talked about the state categorization for stacking for different license descriptions, and you had small 10,000 square feet and medium 1 acre. Do they have any larger one? Like 10, 50, like 100, or we're like driving the road through a new field here.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradley, they do not currently, but my understanding is they're working on medium and large, large licenses to try to, I think, consolidate some of the issues that are happening with stacking and just how many licenses these operations need because of the constraints on the area. And, the state, what has become apparent to me is the state is really emphasizing kind of, and I don't know if it's the state or there are people at the state influencing the state. They really are emphasizing the small grows and having more people, so like more operators involved. So in our county, right, we have larger grows, so we're seeing fewer operators, and that's so there's that sort of they just put a priority on that, and that has to do with equity and trying to just spread the wealth, I suppose. It looks like Stephen just let me know that large licenses are coming in 2023. And so we'll see maybe some large licenses, but there's still not going to be, 100 acres or anything along those lines.
Our size, yeah.
Yeah.
Our bonus size in Santa Barbara. Well, I appreciate that, because there was a lot, I haven't heard it lately, but there was a lot of public concern about the stacking of licenses. And I'm really appreciative that Commissioner Park asked the question, because it sounded like it was almost like an insidious thing that people could stack licenses and then they could do, I don't know what, but the point is the acreage and the application in our LUP or our development plan applications, that's the project description and that's what you have to evaluate. So whether they have 1 or 25 licenses, it doesn't really matter in your scoring system, right? Because it's the LUP or the planning approval that sort of controls the project description anyway, right?
That's correct, Chair Bradley. That is.
Okay, so I should probably go back to my members of the public and say, so what is the big threat about the stacking of licensing? That's probably where I'm confused about it. But anyway, okay, so that was, I think that's it. the enforcement, when I think I may have brought up the request to have you come here today to kind of keep us in the loop. So you know that during our hearings, we have a lot of public comment about odor control. And odor control has been one of those most evasive things for everybody, including the industry, including the neighborhood, including the regulators like the county. So, you know, at one point we were told that there's this nasal radar gun, you know, smellometer or whatever it was called. I can't remember. Mr. Malakian actually had a name for it, but it sounds like that technology really hasn't proven efficient or reliable. So when someone has concerns about odor emanating in their neighborhood, I'm really thinking about folks in Carpinteria mostly, and I guess they call county P&D to see if they're in compliance or if they have an approval or an issued permit to be growing. But if they don't, if they're in process, then would they call the sheriff's department for odor complaints? I mean, do you understand? The public's really kind of confused because there are these sequential but very closely related processes, and I don't even know what you can do. I mean, you know, we've been given email chains from some people in CARP that says there's no way we can pin it down, right? And I've heard other stories where, you know, our executives at P&D are going out there going, well, it could be this or it could be that. So I don't know what it is we tell the public about that. I mean, so it causes the planning commission to go, well, maybe we'll come up with 100-foot setback, or maybe we'll do something else, or these odor abatement plans. Actually, it's not bad. You know, we're busy criticizing the process and how everything takes so long and how it's taken forever to get through the process. But you know what? I think the county's done a pretty good job. The ordinance was as aggressive as it could possibly be. We lead the state. So no one else has cut this path. I mean, this is more, you know, rah-rah to my peers on the commission. No one else has cut this path on a regulatory basis. And we got something that was brand new and weird, and we've done a pretty good job of evolving it with the help of the industry and the public and, you know, the county. So, but the question remains, you know, if I'm living next to something and I'm dying because I smell skunk every night, what's the most logical place to call? County P&D or, you know, your office or the sheriff's department, a whole different office, really, right?
Yeah. Commissioner Briley, if I might start with that, I think the main number to call is our enforcement team. They should call our department and report it. And then we do investigate. You're right in that I don't think people didn't really understand what it was going to be like to have to track where odor's coming from. And we are just now at a place where we think there's some technology we might be able to use that will help with that, narrow it down. I mean, my dream is that somehow the plants are fingerprinted in some way, and then you can track where that odor came from in some neighborhood. You know, that's my pipe dream.
Very cool idea. Yeah.
Right. But we don't have that at this time. So
well, you should get to Mr. DeFriel on that. He'll probably invent it. You know,
I need to invest in that. But
really, I do those now.
Right. So anyway, we are looking at technologies that are used in other fields. Like hazardous materials fields that might be able to help us narrow it down, and are going to be contracting with a consultant to work on that. But it's been tricky and challenging, and it's kind of the biggest bugaboo I think we have actually with issuing permits for cannabis and then trying to figure out where odor is coming from.
And, you know, I mean, I've always said since I got on the planning commission, because I wasn't really paying attention to this topic until I landed on this commission, that, you know, if the county had just, you know, in hindsight is always perfect. If we had just done a little pilot program and maybe the acreage was going to be 500 acres countywide and gave it 3 years to test out, to see what issues came up. Well, obviously odor would have been the big one. And we could have actually done this evolutionary adjustment of the program and the permitting and the cap and all that stuff without having a bunch of applicants waiting in queue, right? Then I think we would have learned. So right now we're actually getting that, pragmatic data from the field, that empirical, this is what it's like having the cannabis farms operating. And, the explanation to the public has always been, well, once we get them in the permit system, we'll be able to regulate them. And that's soothing to me because I understand what it means to be regulated under a conditional use permit or what have you. But for the public, that's, not quite distinguishing between a fully permitted or approved cannabis farm versus one that's not, it's in process and it's still growing without approval or whatever. It's just, kind of government speak. So anyway, I really appreciate the information because at least now I have the correct information if I ever get in a conversation. Not that I seek them out, but we do. I mean, Commissioner Park said someone came over to his house and complained about something. So, okay, so the acreage, I totally concur with the other commissioners that it would be super helpful if we had a meeting or two where we talk about, ordinance evaluation. Maybe there's, more than updated statistics, kind of like what we saw from Ms. Heaton, and areas to improve and recommendations to the board. I mean, I could see that almost taking two meetings. So, sorry. I think that's my comments and questions. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we got everything cleared up. Well, Ms. Heaton, thank you very much for coming and sharing with us. And we do look forward to maybe visiting with you again towards the end of the year and see how things are working out.
Mr. Chair, we do have public speakers on this item.
I will stay and listen to public comment for sure. I'll be here. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilson, were you?
Chair Frieding, I was just mentioning about public comment. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So I think
I'm sorry, Chair Farini, did we do disclosures? Because I did have a conversation with someone regarding this topic beforehand. I just talked to Aaron Weber yesterday.
Okay. I know we didn't do disclosures because it's not a project, but.
I just we don't have to. Okay.
Disclosure. Right. Okay, now we can move on to public comment then. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our first speaker will be Lee Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Heaton. I've heard good things about you and look forward to working with you in the future. And I was a big fan of Mr. Milliken, so I hope that continues. My concerns, I know Sheriff Chief Bonner came to the board in March and said there was 21 suspected illegal activities that they wanted to enforce on, but they couldn't because they didn't have enough manpower. So that kind of brings me to the question. I know Joan had sent, Mrs. Hartman had sent a BIF about compliance, a question, and it said they know that there's adequate compliance at this time, but once the permits have made it through the processing, then compliance will be done on a regular basis. So does that mean that compliance is not being done right now? Such as the video cameras and so forth. So we kind of had a question about that. It wasn't really answered in the budget hearings. And we are kind of nervous about the situations that were brought up in the LA Times and various newspapers. And there's a lot of cartel action, And we know that we have the Mexican mafia that has come into a couple spots in Lompoc. Farmers tend to talk. And when you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're sitting ducks. So we kind of wonder why that concurrent vetting of the applicant is not happening before even the planning process starts, because once they get in there, I mean, they seem vested. Like one year, nobody wants to bust them because they're one of yours. So we have some issues with that. And to be honest, this negotiation process now, we're being asked to negotiate with people that have not been vetted, and we don't know who they are, and they have no internet history. So we're kind of living in a hell here. And there's a lot of us that are really upset about that. I had other things to bring up, but, and also we want to know what's going to happen when big alcohol and tobacco come in. So thank you for your time. I will probably contact you, Mrs. Heaton, if that's okay. And I have nothing but respect for the commission and everything they've done. And thank you. I appreciate your time.
Our next speaker will be Mark Shatillo.
Good morning, members of the commission. I'm Mark Shatillo, and thanks, Staff Heaton, for this presentation. Obviously, this is something of great significance to all of the community that are engaged in the permitting and regulation of cannabis. First topic I want to just highlight is that of public access to the business licensing process. There needs to be a way for the public to know the status of each project at all times. And so the P&D's interactive website is a really valuable tool. If there's a way to integrate the business licensing status process and to have live links so that both to be able to get to permits as they're issued and all other information associated with individual projects, that would be extremely helpful in increasing public engagement in this and education about this process. And then secondly, in the business licensing review process, it's important to have transparency and to have access for the public to engage and provide comment. I note in the renewal process, when there are problem sites, and I'll draw attention to Ms. Carrillo's written comments where she identifies the whack-a-mole problem when you have multiple sites. That, I think, is one of the most challenging issues, and one that we're trying to work on within the hybrid system, but also as much as possible within the county's land use entitlement process. But there's a loop in the renewal process at Business Ordinance 50.17 subpara D, where there needs to be a finding with respect to health, safety, and general welfare at the renewal stage, and query how the department, that is the CEO and the CEO's office, will include and obtain public input with respect to that finding of health, safety, general welfare. Particularly the issues that have the kinds of scenarios that have already arisen where you have an illegal water supply, where the county is not actually looking at the water supply adequacy, but as identified in the EIR, in many cases deferring to the state's licensing process to validate the veracity of the water supply, which is a new and very significant issue, obviously statewide, and it's also presented itself here in Santa Barbara. Secondly, in a situation where you have an unpermitted energy source, such as the DeFriel operations on Santa Rosa Road, how does that plug into renewal? How does the CEO's office have the ability to ensure that it has that information? And could there be an opportunity for public input on this particular question? And specifically with respect to that 50.17D finding of general welfare, when a project has been the source of excessive odors. Those are, in our views, specific legal hooks that the county is going to have to consider in the licensing process that I think needs to have an articulated public input process to be able to address. Second issue is the management of the acreage cap. I think many of us are concerned that planning is going to continue to issue, to process and issue land use permits long after the cap has been filled. We know those land use permits are only good for 2 years, or they have limited duration if they're not acted upon. So at some point, it seems like there needs to be a cutoff of the land use planning, land use permitting process when the cap is full. I'll just flag that issue. And secondly, the board has indicated it is going to entertain amendments to the planning ordinance in September. And one of the issues that's in discussion is a subcap for the Santa Rita Hills area, the Santa Rita Hills AVA, which many people are desirous of seeing, in addition to potentially a new threshold for CUP triggers. So those are issues that need to be addressed. Next issue, two left. One is the integration with the state licensing process, and specifically this issue of water supply adequacy. And as I mentioned, the EIR treated it one way and deferred, it appears, in large part to the state finding of adequate water supply as part of the state licensing process. But how does that, can that be integrated within the county's either business licensing process or in a more robust fashion in the land use planning process? And then last point, the issue of stacking, I can't help but offer a little bit of a comment about that. When Prop 64 was drafted and adopted by the public, by the voters, there was an initial period where it was supposed to be small farmers. The intention and the sales within the campaign was small local growers would be able to convert into a legal status with small grows with a limit. I believe it's not more than a quarter acre in the first 5 years, and then corporate scale licenses would not be allowed until 2023, and that's when the large grows were expected to be approved. Then the legislature adopted revisions to the regulations and state law, which specifically allowed stacking of these small quarter acre licenses into larger operations. So in part, this is, we've had to kind of jump the gun. That's why, stacking, if we'd met if the state had been able to implement what we had initially voted for, we would have had a transition period. That was the design of Prop 64. The stacking process authorized by the legislature kind of upended that whole process. And that's contributed, in my view, to some of the difficulties that we've had at the community level in trying to wrestle with these issues. So those are my comments. Thanks for your concerns. And I think there's a great deal of community interest, and we'll stay involved and engaged in this process. Thanks to staff, to the commissioners, and everybody from the community that's been engaged in this. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ana Carrillo.
Hello. This has been very interesting. My two biggest concerns have been on just the compliance with, checking in the first year for specifically a permitted grow in Carpinteria, because as Director Plowman has said, unable to isolate the odors, and that's a permitted grow, and that was supposed to be promised to be looked at in the first year, quarterly inspections. And then so that when I find out that didn't happen, then I contacted Ms. Heaton, and she's been very good about getting back to me about asking again about this permitted grow. Has the business license been renewed? So I assume it's all still part of the same. The last I heard, it was still in review. So that's why I've been very interested in listening to, to all of this discussion today. So those are my two biggest concerns, that here we were promised that, a permitted grow then would have the compliance. I understand the technology isn't, there. I did hear before that, so I think our plants in Carpinteria are all with the track and trace. Do you have that? So my question regarding the track and trace is, I remember Dennis Bazanich telling me, yes, we can track and trace, but we had to sign up for the program. And I'm not sure if the county, because I heard what you said about now something didn't pan out and we were going to sign up for something else. So do you know, or is it only the state licensing people that know that, Ivan Van Wingerden has 20 licenses and these are his numbers that he has? I know I just picked his name as an example. When, Ms. Heaton, when you listed the licenses, I didn't see a license for processing because at least 14 of our, 20 grows that are currently under the non-conforming have processing licenses. So I didn't see that as a separate category. And odor complaints, we've been making them to the planning department and, there's the cannabis hotline. I do them regularly when I, notice them and I get a comment back, yes, we'll log it in. So I understand that the complaints are being logged. I'm not sure anything's being done about, that. And I do want to share that the public, and Director Plowman has written me also about this, the public access to the P&D site to look at the process of the permits is not as easy as it used to be because now there are, you have to know the exact number of a project. And so I would just want to correct what Mr. Chatillo said about that, because it's not as easy as it used to be. It used to be you could look it up, put an address in, put an APN number and find out the process that was going on. And it's not, now you need to know the exact number of the CDP number. And back to something Commissioner Park said about, or someone said about, we're dealing with so many appeals is because the cannabis ordinance made most of the Carpinteria projects just CDPs, not appealable. There is no public access unless someone appeals, and you only hear about it when it's done and you have 10 days in which to, respond to it. So we do have some CUPs, some CDPs, some development, but other than that, there is no public, access about it. And on the business license, when I've looked at the business license, sometimes the names have changed. So I've mentioned this to Ms. Heaton that, please put in an address, because Creekside could put in one name for their cultivation site, but they're using someone else's name for the business license. So I'm not sure about how that works, but it would be nice to have the public access more available for that. And then I did want to say about the retail license. So we have a retail license for Santa Claus Lane, but because it's zone C1, C2, it's never going to have any public input. Whereas those with mixed use will have a public input because it's requiring a CUP. So thank you very much. Okay.
Our next speaker will be Renee O'Neill, and I believe Renee is our last speaker on this item. I believe the rest of our speakers are for the next item. Or Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Schwartz, if you wanted to speak on this item, raise your hand and I'll call on you after Ms. O'Neill.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Brittany, you're astonishing. I so easily understood and concise in your report. Thank you so much. First, I want to ditto everything that was said by Lee Johnson, Mark Chatillo, and Anna Carrillo. I really appreciate their comments. I guess I'm going to start with the stacking. That has been a concern of ours from the beginning. We had advocated for a much smaller amount of overall cannabis production in our county, going back to the very beginning in 2017, and planning and development had worked so hard to develop a PEIR that would have, I believe, avoided all these class 1 significant negative impacts that we're dealing with now. I advocated for small growers. I still continue to advocate for that, and was so disappointed when our county refused to follow state guidelines in allowing smaller growers to get established before 2023. So here we are. One of my biggest concerns in reading the LA articles and what is going on with the western region of our country in relation to extreme drought conditions is I see articles in the Sacramento Bee that talk about shutting down the vegetable growers' supply of water from the aqueducts. That is very disturbing to me, where we are not to my knowledge, having any conversation whatsoever in our county regarding some of these massive projects that are already in operation and have been approved. And when I look at the water use that went through our property, and again, I'm going to repeat this, 251,000 gallons were trucked through our property in just 13 days. And I believe I'm in a rare position because the grower that used to access through our property to the 40-acre site operating with 3 provisional licenses didn't have an operable well and was forced to supply his farm with water. So when you think about that, and this was last July, 251,000 gallons in 13 days for what would have been equivalent to 30,000 square feet of cannabis, 3 provisional licenses, it is astonishing to me. I've also learned that some growers use reverse osmosis systems on their farms to desalinate the water. That process uses twice as much water as just piping it out of the ground. I believe the county needs to require growers that are producing, I don't know, maybe you want to put a limit on if they have more than 1 provisional license, those people should be required to have a meter on their well source that shows exactly how much water they're drawing out of the ground. Because we have had people in our community that have lost their wells, that have had to pay for water to be brought in, that have had to drill their wells deeper. And that is, I think it's coming. I think it's coming for all of us. So please take that into consideration. I really, really want to commend Planning and Development Department for the incredible time they've spent and work they are doing in relation to some very problematic issues we've had in Tepiscay since 2014. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed and asking God's blessing for everything you're doing to remove this very bad actor from our county, not just our community. And this very bad actor, the last time I looked, had 167 provisional licenses, most of those operating in SLO County. So when you talk about stacking, why is somebody like that allowed to have so many licenses of a well-renowned, non-compliant grower? It's something the state needs to be fully aware of. And thank you for your time. I really appreciate you listening to me, and I appreciate this opportunity to listen to what's going on with the business licensing process. I hope we can streamline it and enforce on the growers that are not in compliance. And please, 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 could you please advocate for another cannabis compliance team? We really need more sheriff's feet on the ground. We only have 6 for the entire county. And now they've got added responsibility on their plate. So I'm going to continue to advocate for them as well. And any staff that's needed at Planning and Development, let me know if I can advocate for you too. Alrighty, thanks for listening.
Mr. Chair, Ms. O'Neill was the last speaker for this item.
Okay, very good. Any further questions, comments from commissioners? Okay. All right, I think we're ready to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:05 for the final item.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Okay, well, we're ready to proceed with item 2 on the agenda, the final item of the day. Can you read that into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Far Western Liquor, Inc. and PR Investments, LLC to consider case numbers 21 APL1 and 21 APL2, appeals of the zoning administrator's approval of case number 18 CUP1 and 18 DVP1.
Okay, great. And then as far as site visits and ex parte, I did speak with Brian Tetley with Urban Planning Concepts on behalf of the applicant, and I'm very familiar with the location. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also spoke with Brian Tetley. We didn't discuss the project. He just offered to answer any questions I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, obviously, I probably drive by that site 4 or 5 times a month, so I'm way familiar with it. I do need to disclose, however, that both Mr. Prather and Mr. Rinksmeyer have been prior clients of mine. I actually built their building on the north end of the project. And I'll also tell you that Mr. Prather's, one of his business partners, is a good friend of mine, my next door neighbor. I can also tell you that the applicant, although not a client, his brother is a client of mine and probably a tenant. And I imagine because of the family relationship also involved. So having said all that, I have no financial interest in this project. But if either the applicant or the appellant wishes me to recuse myself, I'm willing to do so, although I think I can fairly deal with the issue at hand. But I'm going to offer them opportunity to ask me to step aside if they desire.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Bridley? Commissioner Bridley, you're muted.
Got it. Sorry. I did a site visit yesterday and met with Mr. Tetley on the property, and that's the only person I've spoken to.
Thank you, Commissioner Bridley. Ms. Richardson?
Chair Freeney and Commissioner Blau, I just wanted to ask if Commissioner Blau had received any income from any of the parties within the last 12 months or further back than that.
No, ma'am, it's further back than that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Park?
So Mr. Tentley was so devoted as to take my phone call at 8:30 on a Monday night. We had a good discussion of the project. Yesterday, I drove up and looked around the site in the area, and I had to meet with Steve Southwick anyway on something else. So we happened to meet there, and he's kind of a neighbor. He filled me in on some neighborhood thoughts and things, and so those are my ex parte ideas. Also, I'm sure that Commissioner Blau will do a fair job. I think he should offer to take everybody out to dinner or something and solve it all, so we don't have to solve it. But, you know, what the heck?
I can do that.
You do a good job.
We'd have to call it a hearing. Well, what would we do? We couldn't all eat together. Oh my gosh. There's another rule.
Okay. All right. Well, I see here Travis Seawards is the top name on this project. Mr. Seawards?
Hello, Commissioners. This is Travis Seawards. Yes, I'll be running the PowerPoint. I wanted to quickly introduce Mr. Eric Gomez. I think it is his first time before you. He is a North County planner, and he will be actually giving the presentation to you from the North office.
Okay, great. Welcome, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and start if everyone, Travis, if you're ready. Alrighty. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Eric Gomez. I'm here to present the appeals of the zoning administrator's approval of the Orchid gas station project. In the next few minutes, I will briefly discuss the background and scope of the proposed project, brief the Commission on staff responses to the appeal issues brought before the department, and provide the Commission with my recommendation to deny those appeals and approve the project. Next slide, please. So on your screen is a vicinity map with the subject property outlined in red. The subject property is a corner lot. It's located at 3616 Orchid Road in the Orchid area. The property is east adjacent to the Lakeview Road and Orchid Road intersection, which is within the county's jurisdiction. And it's also just west of this intersection is the Lakeview Road, Skyway Drive, and State Route 135 intersection, which is actually shared by the county, the city of Santa Maria, and Caltrans. The site is surrounded by residences to the east and south and a commercial center to the north. Next slide, please. The project site was previously composed of 3 separate parcels, which were developed with the mobile service station. The service station was completely abandoned in 1999. And during that abandonment, it was discovered that the site was actually contaminated by leaking underground fuel tanks associated with the station. Remediation of the site was required, and that was completed in 2005. The underlying parcels were subsequently merged in 2016 to create the single parcel that composes the subject property today. So a little bit of background on the timeline of the proposed project. The application for the proposed project came in 2018. It received approval by the zoning administrator in December 21st of 2020, and 2 appeals were subsequently filed by the appellants. It is worth mentioning that prior to that hearing, we did receive public comment emails and letters, which are included as attachment O of the staff report. Next slide, please. Well, the proposed project involves the development of vacant property with a new service station with approximately 5,000 square foot commercial building.
Recording in progress.
3,000 square foot fuel canopy, and 3,000 square foot fuel canopy with 4 dispensers, which will be accessible from both sides. The project includes approximately 10,000 square feet of landscaping. Grading will involve an estimated 440 cubic yards of cut and 430 cubic yards of fill. The applicant is also requesting that the Commission waive the requirement to place the existing overhead utilities underground, as is discussed in section 6.42 of your staff report. We will also be going over this request in more detail in the coming slides. Next slide, please. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project and circulated for public comment as required by the California Environmental Quality Act. We received 3 letters during the public comment period, one from Caltrans requesting new traffic information, one from APCD requesting updates to the air quality section, and one from a concerned community member regarding traffic. All mitigation measures proposed in the MND are included in the conditions of approval, which are incorporated as attachment B of the staff report. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start into our appeal issues. As mentioned, 2 appeals were filed during the appeal period for the proposed project. Both appeals cited the same issues, which is why they're being brought as a single agenda item today. The first appeal issue stated that the project was inconsistent with the Orchid Community Plan Policy Circ 03, which states that the minimum acceptable level of service for Lakeview Road is a level of service D. The appeal letter describes that staff's analysis and the county's approval of the issue was an attempt to amend the OCP in order to allow the approval of the proposed project, despite not being consistent with this policy. Travis, you can click next, please. Great. Staff's response to this issue is that the project is consistent with all applicable circulation policies of the Orchid Community Plan, including policy Circ 03. The project does exceed Lakeview Road's designated design capacity. However, the Orchid Community Plan provides consistency standards describing how projects can demonstrate consistency with this policy, even when they exceed a roadway's prescribed level of service. One method of doing so is by providing a contribution toward an alternative transportation project. as identified in the Orchid Transportation Improvement Plan that is deemed to offset the effects of project-generated traffic. Travis, if you can click next, please. So as part of the de novo approval of this project, the applicant is proposing the payment of project-specific fees to fund those projects identified in the Orchid Transportation Improvement Plan. County staff has determined that the payment of the project fees will allow the project to comply with the Orchid Community Plan circulation standard. Next, please. So just as a point of clarity here, as described in the mitigated negative declaration, which is included as attachment C to your staff report, planning staff in coordination with the Department of Public Works determined that the operational impacts to Lakeview Road from project-generated traffic are less than significant. The Planning Commission is welcome to use this analysis to make their required findings for project consistency with the Orchid Community Plan. However, it is very important to note and to emphasize that the analyses provided by both myself and in coordination with the Public Works Department, they were primarily intended to reflect how we concluded that environmental impacts were less than significant. They were not meant in any way to amend the adopted language of the Orchid Community Plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so the second appeal issue raised is that the project is inconsistent with OCP policy LUC 05, which requires the minimization of impacts to adjoining residences and businesses. The applicant specifies that the proposed turn restrictions are detrimental to the commercial retail center across from Lakeview Road because they divert project away from that center and to the project site. They also claim that the analysis or analyses provided in the traffic study use outdated data from the Orchid Community Plan, and that these traffic studies assume that drivers will take an illegal left turn across double yellow lines that divide Lakeview Road to enter the commercial retail center. Travis, if you can click next, please. Thank you. Staff's response to this issue is that the project is consistent with the Orchid Community Plan policy LUC 05 and all other applicable policies of the Orchid Community Plan. The restrictions proposed will limit vehicles to right turns only onto Lakeview Road from Orchid Road during peak hours. You can click next, please, Travis. These restrictions may alter the direction of trips, but they do not prevent drivers from getting to the commercial center. Patrons of the commercial center have multiple routes available and do not singularly rely on the vehicle movements being restricted to arrive at that location. Next, please. Furthermore, the traffic studies prepared for the project were pre-reviewed by traffic professionals at the County Department of Public Works, by Caltrans, and by the City of Santa Maria Department of Public Works, which provides confidence that the data adequately represented traffic conditions and vehicle movements. Additionally, pursuant to California Vehicle Code, it's not illegal to turn left across a solid double yellow line and into a private driveway. Next slide, please. So this slide is meant to provide you with a visual to clarify the peak hour turn restrictions, which were required as mitigation measures in the environmental review component. So the arrows in red are those disallowed vehicle movements during peak hours. So that is through and left turns. The arrows in green are the allowed vehicle movements. Those are right turns. For clarity, peak hours are from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. You do see that the project site is outlined in pink here. All right, next slide, please. All right, so the third and final appeal issue states that the project must comply with county requirements to place frontage utilities underground. The appeal letter describes that the application of this requirement would be consistent with the Planning Commission's approval of the Evergreen Commercial Center, which is across Lakeview Road. Next, please. Staff's response to this issue is that the county policy and resolution requiring that utilities be placed underground allows for the decision maker to waive or modify the requirement on a case-by-case basis. The applicant is actually given the benefit of requesting the waiver despite any previous determinations on the applicability of these requirements to other projects. In order to waive the requirement for the project, the Planning Commission must determine that placing overhead utilities underground would be impractical or unduly burdensome because of topography, soil, lot configuration, or another special condition of the project site. The project is currently required to underground all overhead utilities at the site. So that's required by conditions of approval from the Department of Public Works as well as from P&D. However, the applicant has provided a written request for a waiver to county staff describing that undergrounding the utilities in question would actually also require them to underground cables that extend from the project site and across State Route 135 and well into the city of Santa Maria. The work would be disruptive to traffic operations and exceedingly expensive. An attempt to limit the work would be minimally productive towards the county's goal because only one of the 3 existing utility poles on site and approximately 150 feet of overhead cables could feasibly be removed and placed underground before being restrung back into the existing poles. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission uphold the zoning administrator's decision to waive this requirement because the location of the site east adjacent to land that is under the jurisdiction of Caltrans and the city of Santa Maria, as well as the existing utility configuration, constitute special conditions of the site that make the requirements impractical and unduly burdensome. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the end of the appeal issues. In closing, staff recommends the Planning Commission make the findings on the screen to deny the appeals, adopt the associated mitigated negative declaration, and grant de novo approval of project case numbers 18 CUP1 and 18 DBP1. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any question that Commission may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez. I think you're going to have a few questions. Could you go back to page 7? It's appeal item number 2, the right turn. And then maybe it's the next page that has the map with the arrows on it. Yeah. How will that be enforced? Is there going to be signs up? Where would the signs be that say no, no left turn, no going straight, right turn only?
That is a great question, Commissioner. Thank you. The movements would be enforced by the placement of signs at the northbound and southbound approaches of Orchard Road. So this picture in front of you is laid out, north, south, east, west, or, with north being at the top. So they would be at the northbound and southbound approaches of that road next to the arrows. And it would be much a self-regulating traffic control.
Is that an enforceable traffic citation if it were a problem and it wasn't happening voluntarily? Does the police department or the CHP have the ability to write people up for the violation, or is it really just trying to get people to cooperate?
I believe that is the case, that these will be, standard traffic signs. Will Robertson is also on the call. I believe maybe has some insight into that question.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, I just raised my hand.
Thank you, Will. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Yes, that is completely enforceable. The placement of the sign is to be determined. I'm going to leave that up to the traffic engineers because they know best where to place the sign. It would be advanced signage prior to the intersection. I'm trying to think about what they do in Santa Barbara because there's a very similar situation on State Street in Santa Barbara. But it's very rare, if not, actually, it's unheard of. In fact, it was so uncomfortable that our traffic engineer really didn't want to move forward with this mitigation measure because we just don't do it as a county. It's a very rare thing. So I cannot give you specifics to where those signs are going to be, but they will be highly visible and it will be a ticketable offense. The traffic engineer was very clear, though, that there will be some violations. And those violations tend to be self-correcting because a lot of other drivers get pretty angry and will honk or lecture the drivers that are making those violations. So it may happen in the beginning that there's violations, but it's probably not going to be a repeatable offense by people just because the community will self-police. per se.
So peer pressure will take over.
In essence, I mean, it's there. This intersection has no best solution. I've been working here 20 years, and this has been on the county's radar screen to fix for as long as I've been here doing this job. And every time we think we come up with a solution, the solution causes as many problems as it fixes. So this is pretty much the best we can do, unless we want to start providing fixed turn restrictions with a median. And I think we could probably all agree here that that's going to affect the flow of traffic from school. So I think this is a good baby step. We'll see what happens, and we're pretty confident it's going to work.
Okay. All right, Mr. Robertson, that's good. I mean, this is going to be the biggest quagmire we're faced with here, is what to do here.
Yeah, I think ideally, any jurisdiction throughout the state or the country would pull the intersection away. So in this case, we'd try to go east with it and realign the road as we did over off of Foster. I'm sorry, not Foster, off of Union Valley Parkway. But you can see the logistical problem there and trying to make that work. So this just seemed to be the right thing to do.
So in a perfect world, would the county have purchased this vacant lot and then on the south end of the lot, jog the frontage Orchid frontage road over to the east and come out more in alignment with that ingress egress of that we see across the street?
See, that's the problem with this intersection in itself. In a perfect world, I would say yes. That would also require realignment of the road on the northern side of it in the shopping center. And then that creates another problem that, yeah, we've solved the problem of moving the intersection away from State Route 135, but now we've just forced it closer to the intersection to the east. And that doesn't meet standards. So there is no perfect solution here.
Okay, there is no standard. Okay. And since you're on here already, on the undergrounding of the utilities, is there a reason they where does the Caltrans right of way begin? As we look at that, we see the right turn lane. So we see where it says Orchid Road, and we see the right turn lane off of Broadway or 135. Ooh, there's a red dot. Move that red dot left about to the island.
This
kind of where
this
the
island
stop
here.
line. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Whose right of way is that?
My understanding, and it's not marked on here, is that Caltrans owns that area about 5 feet back from the curb face. I could be wrong, but the majority of that the red dot on is Caltrans.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as county area, I don't think we own a lot. The right-of-way maps, in previous conversations with the applicant and the traffic engineer, right-of-way maps were requested from Caltrans, and we do have an accurate right-of-way map. I don't know if, well, I guess maybe my question to you is, what is kind of going through your mind at this point?
What's going through my mind? So I think there's a couple of utility poles on the subject project site, right, that we're talking about would be undergrounded. And so it looked like to me, I'm not an engineer, but it looked like you would then have to set a pole where we had the red dot on the curved median there. Yeah.
That is correct. So
to go across the 135.
Correct. So, I mean, we've had multiple conversations, the applicant and myself, and even internally in our roads management team. If this were any other project, and this, my comments are not going to change. You remove the poles from the frontage and move them either to the property line, which in this case would be on the frontage, or directly across the roadway into the county right of way, and that's where you would set your final pole. There's never been a request that we have utilities undergrounded from a pole that would be placed roughly where the red dot is, give or take, under the freeway or highway to something over there. So those overhead lines could still remain based on the county policy. So I'm not quite sure why we keep thinking that they have to be undergrounded. The pole just needs to be set across the street and it would be done. The net decrease in poles is really not all that much. We're still having poles, but if we're holding to the intent of the undergrounding resolution, that's exactly what would happen. A pole would be set there. The pole would remain at the eastern property line and the project frontage would just be decluttered.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that'll be a good one for us to talk about. Okay. That covered my questions. Thank you, Mr. Gomez and Mr. Robertson. And let's go with Commissioner Blau next.
Yeah, well, my first question is what's the estimated cost to put the utilities underground? I mean, you're telling me it's cost prohibitive, but I don't know what that means.
Is that a question to Public Works or to the applicant, Commissioner Blau?
Whoever.
I think the applicant is probably best suited to speak about the cost of the construction for underground utilities.
Go ahead.
Well, staff is recommending that we waive that requirement because of the cost. So how much is the cost?
I believe in a request that we had received from the applicant for the ZA, they mentioned something about a minimum $250,000 to underground across, including crossing State Route 135. I don't know if Brian, if you're there, if you have any better estimate for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gomez. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, that's roughly correct. That was the estimate, including the undergrounding that we received for doing that stretch with the highway.
Okay, great. Then going back to additional questions. I'm not sure that this is not deliberations. This is a question, but probably for Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson, I'm sure you're aware that the road frontage in front of Evergreen Shopping Center is no longer a part of the county roadways. That was actually purchased by the Evergreen Shopping Center owners. It's no longer a county road. Did you consider doing the same for the rest of the frontage road? The idea being that rather than having a frontage road, both this parcel and the one to the north would have frontage on South Broadway, not on a frontage road, thereby getting rid of the double intersection.
Are you talking about Orchid Road?
Yes.
Okay.
The Orchid Road to the north of this intersection is not part of Orchid Road anymore. It no longer exists. And so I'm thinking we could do the same thing to the south. And then, I mean, I have to tell you the truth. As I told you before, I'm at that intersection frequently. It's the worst one I know of in the entire county. It's terrible. And the movements that you're talking about and the signage and the prohibition against, that's not going to work. You can go there at 3 or 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, especially if you got airport traffic. It is incredibly miserable. And part of the reason is because you've got Orchid Road and South Broadway and Skyway all coming together at the same time. If you get rid of Orchid Road in that intersection, it now becomes manageable. You've gotten rid of Orchid Road to the north. Why not do the same thing to the south?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau. So I'm not quite even sure how to tackle this one.
Will, I know it's tough. I'm not sure you can do it today. I'm just saying this is a problem this is a county problem. This is not an applicant problem. I don't know that he can solve it, but I mean, he didn't create the situation. It is evolved, and I get it. It's part city, it's part airport, it's
I agree.
county. It's a mess, but why don't we stand up and fix it as a county?
So the answer to your question is, I think the county does want to fix it. I think it's on the radar for 4th District as a priority area. I think it's just going to take somebody above me and well above me to sit down and make it the priority. With that being said, when we say that we got rid of the road to the north, in theory, we got rid of it as a county-owned roadway, but it still functions the same as it did under county ownership. And to do something similar to the road on the south, causes a modification to the circulation element. I think we have an issue there. And I don't know if the community would accept closure of the road, which is something I've seen other communities, San Luis Obispo, if they get rid of frontage roads, they block them off completely so access cannot be had. That does no benefit to the community. So I don't see the benefit of getting rid of the road. The intersection is the intersection regardless of who owns it. And I'm going to agree with you wholly that it's a horrible intersection. And I'm not quite sure what to do with it, and neither is management or Caltrans.
Okay, well, I guess my concern is, as a planning commissioner, that's not an acceptable answer to me. If you're telling me we have a problem, there's probably a fix, but we don't want to fix it right now. And we're going to go ahead and approve another project in there, which exacerbates the problem. I mean, if we were to approve this now gas station in this corner, we're not going forward to fix the problem. We're making it worse. So why do we not make it a priority for the county to fix the damn intersection? I mean, I don't think it's that difficult. You can put a new access point to Orchid Road to the south in between where the streets are. So the people have access to that roadway, but not at the intersection. Could be right turn on Broadway, south of this intersection, so that all those residents on Orchid Road have access. They have access to the intersection to the south for signal lights. I'm frustrated by the fact we go like, we have this problem. We're not willing to take the time and effort to fix it. Let's just make it worse.
So yeah, so
I don't get it. Tell me if I'm wrong.
There's a lot to unpack there. So
good unpacking. Go ahead.
I want to be careful in saying that there is an issue and that we're making it worse, because based on adopted county standards and methodology for analysis, we have a project that's being proposed. Let's start there. There are a lot of things we can hypothetically say, yes, we could do A, B, and C, but that's not what's before us today. We have a project. It's here. It's been measured against our analysis methodologies. It showed an impact based on how it came in, and we've come up with a mitigation measure, whether anybody agrees with that mitigation measure or not. But that mitigation measure takes our analysis and makes it adhere to the acceptable levels of service that are required for our analysis. So I'm not as thrilled with it as you are. It's not something I think as a transportation professional I'd ever propose as a fix, but that's irrelevant. It's been proposed. by their traffic engineer, and it seems to work.
Well, how do you square that with the fact that you are going to a level D on the intersection, not C, and the Orca Community Plan requires it to be C or better? I don't get that. How do you figure that you have solved the issue?
I believe, and I'll have to go back to the traffic study, I believe D is acceptable here.
Okay, well, that's not what was said in the presentation by staff, so that would be important, I think, to understand, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care what the traffic engineer says. The reality is, listen, I drive that damn intersection. It's level D or F.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back into the study. My understanding prior to the last hearing and this hearing is that we do meet all the policies, at least for level of service, that our sticking point was, well, okay, to answer your question, we exceed the level of service for capacity on the roadway, but the intersections will operate at the acceptable levels of service. So maybe we're mixing up the two issues. So from an intersection standpoint, we meet that. We have another separate issue that talks about level of service for the segment, the roadway segment of Lakeview, and that was brought up earlier. So the planner can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's the issue we may be confusing.
You are correct, Commissioner Blau. The level of service I think you're referring to is on the intersections, but as I mentioned in my presentation, for roadways, which the issue that got brought up in the appeal was referring to Lakeview Road, that roadway is allowed to be a level of service D, meeting a certain capacity of the roadway. And that, I think, is where you're getting confused. I think Will's right here, that you're confusing the intersection, which will be working fine, and the roadway, which will also be working fine, and they have proposed a method by which to meet our county standards.
And I think the only correction I would make to that, I really don't want to say something's operating fine. It's operating to our standards. And that's what my job is here, is to make sure we meet our standards. Fine is a term that's relative to everybody else, right? And I've made that mistake, Mr. Gomez. I've said that as well. So I just want to be careful here that we're solely talking about our standards and how they're being applied to this project. And the intersections do meet that standard. It's the Lakeview segment, and there was a memo that was, or an email that was written by me on why I do feel that that segment analysis or the segment policy capacity is in error. We can discuss that later, but the intersection itself, with the mitigation measures proposed by the applicant, meet our standards.
Okay, well, you answered my question, so I'm not going to continue arguing with you now, but I will when we get to deliberations, just to give you fair warning.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Bradley.
Honestly, Commissioner Park was up first.
Okay. Commissioner Park. You're muted.
I don't see him on the screen.
That's so you didn't have to hear the canine chorus there.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Blau used the phrase fair warning, and I want to give fair warning to Mr. Gomez because it's his first presentation. That sometimes we ask questions that are hard ones that you can't possibly answer, but we ask them at this point so that we're tipping off the applicant and even the public of what's on our minds, and they can address it on their presentations. So first thing I want to ask about is the easier one and get it off my chest before I get into the harder one, and that is the undergrounding of the utilities. We heard an estimate of $250,000 to underground the utilities all the way across 135. I want to ask a question that follows up on what Commissioner Freeney was asking about, and that is if you put a power pole on that island in between Orchid Road and 135, and you undergrounded the utilities in front of the lot over to that power pole, and then kept it overhead across 135 so you didn't have to underground that. I would presume that cuts the cost. And so has anybody given us a cost estimate on that? Because we're asked to determine this is overly burdensome, so I need to know that.
We do not have an estimate on that, Commissioner.
Okay.
Hi, Commissioner Park. Hi, this is Travis Seawards. I would like to ask the applicant to weigh in on what they did or did not get for estimates on that as well, just to make sure that they haven't looked into it already.
I think that's good, Travis, but I think we'll hold applicant questions for when the applicant's up.
Yeah, at least he knows the question.
So staff, we just need the answer from staff. They don't have the info, then Commissioner Park can move to his next question of staff.
So now I'm going to move on to this traffic impact and so forth. And, I actually went to the site at 5 o'clock yesterday. So I saw how awful it is. And that's without school being in session. So I kind of imagined if school was in session, it'd be even worse, wouldn't it? So I get that. I probably this project isn't going to make things so much worse because people are already drowning in that intersection, and adding more drowning is not going to make them drown any worse. It's bad already. But if this project gets approved, the applicant has to do some mitigation, and the mitigation was to donate some money to this OTIP fund, and I think the figure I saw was an estimate of $50,000. I want to throw out an idea and ask you, Mr. Gomez, if this is even conceivable, because I was thinking about what could you do to make it any better? Because that $50,000 that goes into sidewalk improvements and all that, does that really accomplish the policy of allowing a waiver of going over the limits if you do something that benefits or mitigates the traffic that's created by this project? And I think putting in sidewalk improvements is unlikely to do that. Here's something off the wall. If I have an electric car in Orcutt, there's nowhere to charge it in Orcutt unless I go over and pirate off the county building, which is the level 2 charger. Okay, there's a Tesla charger off near the airport. If you want to use the other kind of charger for anybody else, you're going to drive over on Lakeview and turn right on 135, join all that traffic, worsen it, and go up to North Santa Maria to charge it. What if this applicant wanted to say, I'd like to take that $50,000 I'm going to donate to the OTIP plan, and I want to use it towards putting in a level 3 fast charger at my gas station where there's a little bit of room, and do that as mitigation. I don't necessarily want to require the applicant to do that right now. It's kind of overly complicated at this stage of the game, but I'd sure like to see if the applicant was inclined to consider that, and knowing that I think that would actually do more good for the public and for the applicant than anything else we've talked about. I'd like to hope that they don't have to go get an act of Congress or a major CUP to do that. So is that, Mr. Gomez, the idea of putting in a DC fast charger and using their mitigation money towards doing that, something that could be a substitute for the mitigation that's already proposed?
Commissioner Park, this is Secretary Wilson. I'm going to step in before Mr. Gomez answers that. I think for policy, it provides for these in lieu fees, but I think that question may be better answered by Will Robertson as far as how or where those fees would be or fund would be used. So that could be a good question for Mr. Robertson to respond if that would be something that could be contemplated when those fees are paid. I think as far as Mr. Gomez and planning, paying the in lieu fees meets the ordinance, but how they're being used would be more of a question for Mr. Robertson. So Commissioner Park, if you're okay with that, I'd like to have Mr. Robertson answer that.
Well, that's fine, because that's what I said at the beginning of my comments, that I'm kind of trying to tip off the applicant as what to address. And I didn't think it was entirely fair to ask somebody making their very first presentation from the Planning Commission to take questions like that. And I'm not just concerned about how Public Works would spend the money, but is it possible that the applicant themselves could spend the money towards a DC charger? but certainly I'm glad to have anybody who's willing to answer such a question take a crack at it at whatever time is appropriate.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, Will Robertson, Public Works Transportation. I'm going to give you, so not being a lawyer, I'm going to give you a lawyer answer, which is basically that as far as would it be appropriate is really more in the discretion of the Planning Commission, provided you can say that it meets the intent of the Orchid Community Plan. The way so personal take on it, I would say that the intent of the Orchid Community Plan was to offset vehicle trips through an alternative mode of transportation. At the time that the Orchid Community Plan was adopted, electric cars didn't exist. So the idea of alternative transportation would simply be bus, bike, or walking. With that said, electric vehicles, I don't know if you could say that charging electric vehicles offsets the impacts to Lakeview. Again, that's just my opinion on this. I think the Planning Commission has the discretion to disagree, but I think from a transportation professional side of things, I would say that adding a charging station is actually a draw to the site and brings more cars in than it actually would deter cars from using Lakeview. Maybe counterproductive. That's just my take on it.
I think your take is totally legitimate, and it's just one where we have to kind of balance things. And you know, an argument I could make as a planning commissioner, maybe not as a lawyer, although I am one, is that, you know, this site, really big picture, is an ugly, messy, vacant site that's an eyesore to the neighborhood. And the neighborhood will benefit if that site is used in some productive way. And you have neighbors that have to drive places to go to a convenience market to get gas. And if they have an electric car, they have to drive somewhere to get it charged. And in California, the statistics are we're buying 4 times as many electric cars percentage-wise than they are in the country as a whole, and it's only going to get more. And so if we provide a local place for these services to be provided, I think we're lessening traffic, not increasing it. And so, you know, I don't know. I understand the arguments. I think probably none of us can find a really good direct way to spend that $50,000 and lessen the traffic impacts at that intersection of that road. So doing the best we can is something useful. I just want, if the applicant says, you know, I think I can attract more customers with the charging station and I can really serve the public and this is a good thing. And this is a better way for me to spend $50,000 than just putting it in some fund where I never know where it's going to go, that the applicant, at least we consider whether the applicant can do that or not. But thanks for your answer.
You're welcome.
Okay. Commissioner Bradley or Mr. Wilson, did you need to add something? No. Commissioner Bradley.
Okay, did the applicant's traffic engineer look at, I know this intersection is a mess. However, I was pointing out to the applicant and actually to Mr. Robertson when I talked to him yesterday about this. I just got back from Morro Bay, and in the 5 cities area, I probably could count 12 of intersections like this because Caltrans came in and did state highways after frontage roads were already out there for the rural neighborhood. So when you go to Morro Bay or Pismo Beach or Avila Beach, you have this model where you've got a frontage road, you know, a collector or a primary, and then you come up on a state highway with this ridiculous queuing length between the state highway edge of pavement and your local road, because at that point all we had was farms and a couple farmhouses, and now we've built up and so it doesn't fit anymore. So we know it's bad now, and I'm assuming that there was no other solution like a roundabout or anything else in this local to local link. Frankly, if there was, I know Will would have told me about it. So I guess I want to get the questions back. It's already bad. this applicant is putting in something that is envisioned in the zoning ordinance and the general plan. It's not going to have so many trips that it's actually kicking over any thresholds with CEQA. And there's this question about the policy interpretation about the capacity of Lakeview. And I completely understand how the community plan may have classified Lakeview a certain way. And yet now 25 years later, 20 years later, we're actually saying that's actually not how it should have been classified, and certainly not how it's functioning. I don't see that much different than how we evaluate other general plan conundrums that we face. So I actually, I'm more interested in the undergrounding and getting rid of at least one pole, if not, several poles in Commissioner Park's suggestion about putting it over in the island. But other than that, I guess I don't really have that many questions. I don't have any questions. That's it. Well, other than was there any other traffic solution in terms of geometric solutions for that thing, like a roundabout or a traffic signal? I'm guessing that each part of this intersection doesn't meet signal warrants. Is that what happens?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bridley, multiple solutions were looked at here. Signal that close to an existing signal, it was thought of. Caltrans did shoot that down. And it makes it even more complicated now that the state has moved to proprietary software, and we cannot interconnect our signals with the state signals anymore. So I think in the past, we used to be able to piggyback off their signals and do a controlled system. But now our signals have been decoupled throughout the county, and they run free and independent from the state signals. It has caused problems in places. Some places it hasn't been an issue, but in the case of this intersection, it would not be beneficial to put a signal there.
Okay.
And as far as a roundabout, again, I'm going to go back. This has been on the radar, this intersection, since I have been with the county. At the time, early in my career, one of our guys in the department did propose a roundabout at this intersection, the state intersection, to also incorporate our frontage roads. And at that time, Caltrans had not been accepting of roundabouts at all. Whether or not we could have that conversation with them nowadays and see what happens, yeah, we could. But going back to my previous statement, that's not what is here. And that's quite an endeavor to try to do something like that with this project. So yes, I think the answer to your question is a roundabout probably does solve the problem here. It's just not on the radar at this point.
Okay, because it actually reminds me of the Eckwell Fowler thing where you got Dearborn right next to an Eckwell off-ramp from a Caltrans 217. So I bet that conversation with Caltrans would be much different. But
yeah, great idea.
I know that's not what's on. It's just more long-term, capital project planning. And I know you've already explained that it has to get a higher priority. Oh my gosh, I forgot my train of thought. So never mind, move on. It had to do with, I can't remember.
You had asked yesterday about policy capacity on Lakeview. Were we discussing that?
No, actually, no one else seems to have any questions about it, and I understand it. I really appreciate you walking me through that. That is just, and that's what I was trying to address when I said, we make general plan interpretations more often than you'd think, and that this is one of them, that the geometry of it and that the function of it maybe wasn't correctly done, back when the plan was done, but certainly it doesn't fit those definitions now. And that's how there's actually a greater capacity. So this applicant wouldn't have a policy inconsistency adding traffic to that frontage. I get that. Okay, I think that's it. I'm sorry, I forgot my other thought. It was germane, but it flew away. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Blau, did you have something?
But one more thing, Mr. Robertson. Will, I don't know how long you've been around here. I'm sure probably a pretty long time, but at 25, 30 years ago, Betaravia and South Broadway, where the Beacon outpost was far south of town. That was the Boondocks. and now it's part of the city. I mean, in my vision, I'm thinking South Broadway and Lakeview will look no different than Betteravia and Santa Maria Way, than South Broadway in the future. I mean, if we really look at this thing long term, get rid of the frontage roads, make South Broadway the frontage on this area, just like it is north of this project. Don't you think that's going to be the solution to the problem?
Mr. Chair,
should we plan for that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, it's funny you bring that up because I remember a conversation with Joni Gray, and she said something very similar about how Lakeview was out in the country. And that's part of the reason why there's a neighborhood there. We don't have sidewalks, and they really want sidewalks. But it was the country. So the answer to your question is yes. I think it will at some point look like that. We already know about the development across the street at the old Renfro Auto Center. I'm old enough to remember that. And Santa Maria has some pretty aggressive plans there. The problem is that right now we have to look at the context of this project. And yes, I think that we should focus in the future for an improvement for that intersection. I just don't know if now is the time. So we're doing what we can to meet policies at this point. I'm more than willing, and I know the department's more than willing to have that hard conversation with the city, with SBCAG, with Caltrans, and move forward for a larger solution to that intersection, because I think all agencies would benefit.
Okay. I'm not going to, I don't want to get into deliberations because I do have a suggestion for a solution, but I'll wait until we get done with appellate, applicant, and public comment.
Commissioner Bridley, did you remember?
I'm sorry, I remembered. It came back to me. We're talking about, a longer range improvement that involves more than just this case. But is there anyone in the conditions, because I didn't catch it, but maybe I'm not finding it in the right place, that talks about the need for the county to, the applicant to not object to future plans of the county that might affect his frontage, because that is a little tiny thing we might be able to get out of this project. Just as a tip of the hat to say, look, we know that something might be coming down on your frontage and you can't object to it if we, have to do it on your frontages. Is it, I don't even know if that's a legal condition.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bridley, I'm going to defer to either council or Jeff Wilson on that one. As far as Public Works is concerned, it's not something that we would typically condition of a project. And as far as the legality of it, yes, I'm going to have to defer to county council.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have? Jenna? Does that make sense, Ms. Richardson? What I'm, it's almost like a reverse indemnity clause for the applicant to acknowledge that there might be a capital project coming down the pike.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bridley, if the county were to require anything like that, we would need to support in the record there was a nexus and a rough proportionality between the impacts of the project and the need for that. Which there may be evidence to support that, but that's just the showing that we would have to demonstrate.
Okay, thank you. That answers it. Bummer.
Hi. Okay, so staff presentation is complete. We've thoroughly questioned it. Now we'll move on to the, is this an appeal? Yeah, so we'll move on to the appellant. Is the appellant? Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and fellow commissioners. Vincent Martinez of Switzerland Rice, and I represent both appellants in this matter. I believe that most of my points are included within the appeal itself, but in looking at staff's recommendations, I think there are two critical points that haven't been addressed yet. And one critical point is that within this project, there is the way that it's been manipulated to provide for these less than significant implications is to change Lakeview Road from a secondary road to a primary road. That is part of our appeal. And this changing it from a secondary to a primary, that expands the ability of the excess of traffic here. And there has been no hearings regarding whatsoever in regards to doing that. But that changing it over to a primary even goes against the signs which are now presently posted on Lakeview, which prohibits any vehicles from over 7 tons. So by opening it again now from a secondary to a primary, logically, it actually promotes even more traffic than what any traffic study has been done on this piece of intersection.
Mr. Chair and Appellant, Mr. Martinez, if I could interrupt for a second, Secretary Wilson, I just want to ensure that if you had a presentation, because what's showing is staff's recommendation. So I want to make sure the appellant's presentation is being shown. And if he doesn't, then we might want to take down staff's presentation.
I didn't have any exhibits to show. I just wanted to, the exhibit is my appeal and everything's in there. I had nothing further to add to it in regards to that. I'm just commenting in regards to what I feel has not been addressed from my appeal by staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to ensure that he was getting appropriate coverage.
And thank you,
Mr. Wilson.
The other point I wanted to make, which was the primary thing here, is that within within the Orchid Community Plan, the intersection that was related to it, there's no doubt, and it's even admitted, that this project will cause an excess of what the service is supposed to be at this intersection. But a critical point in regards to what we cited was that the intersection of Lakeview Road and Skyway Drive, just right above this intersection that we're talking about here, is restricted to a LOS of D. Now, within the Orchid Community Plan, it says that for intersections operating at an estimated future level of service D, no project shall result in a change of VC ratio greater than 0.03. This is exceeding 0.03. So we're looking at all these exceptions of less than significant, but our position is that it is significant. It's already a situation which exists, and this new business is going to exacerbate what already has been described as a problem. And to say that this is not going to be a significant increase, especially when changing it over from a secondary to a primary. Now we're going to have tractors driving down. Lakeview is on each side, once you get past the commercial sections, has residents, and there's a reason for it being a secondary. And I wanted to just point out those things in relation to what our position is. For me to carry on is to really to still repeat what's included with the appeal and is written within the appeal. And thank you.
Anyone from the commission have questions of Mr. Martinez? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Does the applicant have a presentation that they would like to make?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Brian Tetley and David Swank with Urban Planning Concepts.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Again, I'm Brian Tetley. I'm here at David Swank of our office in Urban Planning Concepts. We're pleased to represent the applicant for the Orca Fueling Center at today's hearing. We'd like to take this brief opportunity to thank Mr. Gomez, as well as Mr. Seawards and Ms. Owen, the County P&D, for helping us get to this point, as well as our previous planners in the project, Ms. Shannon Reese and Gwen Byler, who did yeoman's work in getting us to this point in the process. Next slide, please. I just wanted to briefly overview kind of what this project represents at a big picture as approved by the zoning administrator last year. Again, this is a reestablishment of a long-standing use that existed from the early 60s to 1999, as Mr. Gomez pointed out, over 30 years as a a gas station for the community. And this project would really reinstitute that need for a local gas station for the community. And we have an exhibit that kind of shows that in this area of the community is really a dearth of gas fueling opportunities for the local community. And this project would add additional revenue to the county, whereas most of the fueling opportunities nearby are within the city of Santa Maria to the north and the east. And it was mentioned too about really the blight of having this, commercial corner with commercial zoning for the community vacant for over 20 years. This project would relieve that and have something that the community could be proud of and use on a daily basis. And also that the proponents are independent, locally owned business. The folks live in the area and their kids go to local schools. This is not, a corporate big oil company facility. It would be an independent gas station run by local community members. Next slide, please. This is just a quick rundown of the project process. It was initially submitted in early 2018. About 5 months after that, UPC was brought on to the project to take over management and respond to the initial incompleteness letters. We went through a project redesign that was analyzed by the NBAR and received conceptual approval and review in February of 2019. And then working through the environmental review and all the details and back and forth on the impacts and getting comments from the agencies and the community, received the zoning administrator approval in December of 2020 that was subsequently appealed by these two appellants. Next slide, please. This is a shot of the site that most of you are familiar with, taken from the north on the Spencer's Market side, showing the current nature of the site. The service station was demolished over 20 years ago, and helpful that it really shows the utility lines in the site, and we'll address that. Next slide, please. This is the blown up site plan of the proposed fueling center, showing the proposed 4-pump island going from east to west there toward the center of the site, and the mini mart behind toward the south of the project site. And we also note that the existing site and the previous gas station had 4 curb cuts, 2 on each road frontage, and the proposal to help rationalize the circulation patterns here is to eliminate 2 of those curb cuts and rely on the 2 curb cuts as shown that are the furthest as possible from the intersection on this property. Next slide, please. There's a quick shot of the project elevations. This shows a mini mart structure with the precast concrete wall panels and steel panel accents and building canopies at the entrances, and also on the frontage road facing facade. As you can see on the bottom left is what you would see from Orchard Road of the convenience store. Next slide, please. This next elevation shows the detail of the fueling island and the canopy in perspective with the convenience store. Next slide, please. This exhibit shows the local fueling gas stations with the yellow icons. And as you can see, there's kind of a dearth of opportunities in kind of the middle between southern Santa Maria City and Old Town and southern parts of Orcutt. The nearest being to the east on Santa Maria Way and Bradley Road near 101. The Chevron station is just over 3/4 of a mile from this location. And as locals know, this is one of the most expensive stations because it is by the freeway. So we try not to fill up there. But other than that opportunity, this project site would serve an additional opportunity for people traveling to the west by the freeway, or also just the local community coming back from trips and being able to fuel up before you get home. Next slide, please. And just in a sense for just project compatibility in general, we note that the property was previously graded and developed, as you've seen in the photos, as a service station operated for over 30 years. any potential impacts due to any development really, but this in particular that was analyzed due to noise, aesthetics, traffic, have been analyzed, and it's important to state adequately mitigated. I think some of the comments, it seems like they haven't really read the entire report when they say, well, there's impacts here. But they have been, as Mr. Robertson clearly pointed out, adequately mitigated to the consistency standards in the adopted Orcutt Community Plan as approved by the Board of Supervisors, and also through the CEQA process. And then finally, the required conditions of approval ensure that any potential impacts would be fully mitigated. Examples include, including low intensity hooded lighting with the project, dust control, and the shielding of any noise generating equipment such as air compressors, etc. Next slide, please. This is where we get into kind of the meat of the elements of the appeal, which we've covered in some detail already, which is fine. The bottom line is the proposed project is consistent with all the circulation policies, again, including the proposed mitigation that have been negotiated over, fortunately or unfortunately, for years now, to try to control for these impacts. And again, as required and laid out by the Orcutt Community Plan. The installation of the signage, as we discussed. Additional one thing we didn't mention is the clear area, which is to keep that Orcutt frontage road, Lakeview intersection clear when people are queuing to turn onto Highway 135. There's a keep clear area noted there. We improve that striping to make it clearer to folks that you're not supposed to be queued up in that clear area, creating additional circulation issues. And then the funding of the alternative transportation projects is also a key one. And then, as proposed, would not result in operational impacts on Lakeview Road, as we've discussed. These alternative transportation solutions, which are in the Orcutt Community Plan, they do work and they can provide long-term reduction in overall traffic and additional alternative transportation solutions for the wider community, not just for this project. Depending on how the county sees fit to spend these funds, they could leverage other improvements in the community that will just remain long-term opportunities to better that situation. And then, of course, the striping and signage improvements will just benefit safety for the traveling public in general. And, that's how kind of it works a lot of times when we talk about county funding improvements. If the county cannot do improvements on their own, the projects themselves come in and mitigate their impacts by doing funding and doing these actual in-kind improvements. We talked about removing the 2 driveway access points, which I think is a critical piece. Caltrans is also, and the city of Santa Maria has also reviewed the project as proposed and noted no issues. And of course, we're not doing any facility improvements that would impact their intersections. And that's key. Of course, if we were to do improvements in the Caltrans right of way, we'd be talking about another 3 years of permit processing and the cost going way up, et cetera. The applicant is intrigued about this idea about a potential electric car charging station. He can see benefits to his project actually from doing that. And if the county were to make the finding that is an improvement that can take the place of the alternative transportation funding and make all the resultant findings, I think the applicant would certainly be in favor of that. With the one caveat though is if we could get, make sure that there's no additional permitting that would be required for that electrical charging station. I don't know of anything in the Land Use and Development Code that require additional permits, but if there were, that would of course subject us to further potential for appeals. And we're at the point now where we're years in this process and we don't want to add years more. But if you guys are in favor of doing that, we're at your disposal there. The idea of the reverse indemnity clause in quotes is okay with the project applicant. We think any improvements that the county were to do would more than likely benefit his project in the community. So we have no problem with that if that's an option. And then just to respond to some statements about the project somehow trying to change the roadway classification. That is not what we're doing here, and I think Mr. Robinson pointed that out. There was just some conversations. Again, we've been years in this process and talking with the agencies and the community about this, that Lakeview seems to operate more like a primary road than a secondary road as classified in the Orca Community Plan. So we had some discussions about that really didn't end up anywhere. And so we were back in the point of we need to recognize the secondary road classification and the consistency standards that are in the written Orca Community Plan, and we do meet all those. You know, in the written appeals, there is some indication that, you know, the project is proposing these left turn restrictions because somehow they would benefit the project and direct traffic to our project site. But, you know, this is something that the county would require us to do to be consistent. So it's not something we're seeking to do. And to think it's some kind of plan to, you know, benefit our project other than other projects nearby is just kind of silly. So I'll leave it at that. Next slide, please. In regards to the undergrounding of utilities waiver, I mean, the bottom line is we're at your disposal because this is a waiver of a policy that's required of all projects, right? And it was pointed out in the appeal that while the Evergreen Center had to underground their utilities, so it should be the same for our project. You know, that requires one to not have any nuance and really talk about, you know, what's discriminating between projects. I mean, the Evergreen site is so huge compared to our less than an acre site. Maybe there are some additional requirements for projects that are so large and capital intensive. And in addition, you know, only the frontage and utilities were underground for the Evergreen Center. There's a whole row of utilities on their property in the back in the parking lot that are still above ground. So they were not required to completely underground either. But the bottom line for this project is it seems like there's some room to, what we're really trying to avoid, to say more clearly, is to having to underground under Highway 135. And it sounds like there's an opportunity to be able to partially underground without having to do that. And I think the applicant is all for that. Notwithstanding the additional cost, exponential cost increasing of, you know, tunneling under the highway, it's just dealing with the agencies, which would produce additional years of work and the opportunity missed to develop this project. So we're willing to underground. I think it's that one pole in the center of our frontage that can be undergrounded without either you know, touching the pole to the east, which is off the property, or touching the pole on the corner, which is required to keep the string above the highway. We're willing to remove that one pole, in addition to obviously underground everything that is proposed for our project. And we would move forward with that. And we'd be happy if that was the result here. So next slide, please. In summary, you know, the proposed project meets all policies, development standards, including the Orca Community Plan. If the utilities undergrounding waiver is approved, again, it could be partial, like we discussed. The proposed project meets all the provisions of the Land Use and Development Code. And along with staff, we recommend denial of the appeals and that the commission grant de novo approval of the project. And just wanted to mention that in your packet, you should have received 5 letters of support from the community on behalf of the project. And we also received a recent note today from Joshua and Stephanie Gage of 4019 Greenbrier Court, also expressing their support of the project. It just didn't meet the timeline to be included in your packet. I just wanted to mention their support. And also that Mr. Larry Hale, the project's transportation engineer, is available on the video conference if you have any specific questions for him. And just thank you for the opportunity, and we're here for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tetley. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I have a quick question for you, Brian. I need to know how you arrived at the estimate for the underground utilities of $250,000. As you well know, I've got some experience doing that, and I'm having a little difficulty with that number. So tell me how you got there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau. I'm certainly not the expert. You're closer to the experts on the construction side, but we worked with the engineers at Bethel Engineering here in our building, and also Mr. John Will, specifically in regards to the trenching component. And that was the grand total that was, if you add those two up, that was the number we were given.
So you're telling me that John Will provided the estimate?
For the undergrounding component specifically, yes.
Okay, that you know, that's my go-to guy, so I'll live with that number. Okay, so that's my only question for the moment.
Okay. Mr. Tetley, a little bit earlier, you were talking about cooperation on some of the undergrounding and certain poles. And I didn't quite follow your line of thought there.
Okay, it might help if we put for the commission slide 4, which is the photo of the site that shows the poles, or maybe a site plan, whichever you prefer. And Mr. David Swink in our office would like to address that issue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Good afternoon. David Swank with Urban Planning Concepts. If you have this currently located along, of course, back in the days when I had my little laser pointer I could do with this, but currently along the northern parcel line, there are 3 utility poles. One is located just beyond on the east side of the project. If you go along, let's see where we got it. There is one pole that is located, it's actually outside of the property line of the project. And that's where the electric utility would be connected. Midway through the property, there is one other pole that's located. What strings along our northern property line is only cable and phone. And it connects then along the western portion at the corner of the road, and also with Highway 135, there's an existing pole, and that's the one that strings across the highway. Now, that's the problematic pole that occurs there, because anything that we would to retire that pole, then we would have to underground. That midway pole, it only has, as I mentioned, cable and phone. We don't really see an issue of undergrounding that middle pole and then going and undergrounding that cable. We would be able to underground then to that one pole that's located there at the intersection, and then that would just, the existing utilities then would go across the highway, and then we would actually pull for our electrical on that eastern pole underground our electric utilities. So if we just move that one, we could remove along that Lakeview frontage along there. We could underground everything between those 2 poles. That I think would be suitable.
So, Mr. Swank, what I'm looking at is on the corner of Orchid Road and Lakeview. I'm gonna call that pole number 1.
Okay.
Pole number 2 is the pole that's in the middle.
Okay.
Pole number 3 is the easterly pole where you say there's a little problematic.
Right.
Leaving pole 3 standing, and then removing pole 2 and pole 1.
Well, pole 1 is located off of our property.
Okay. So anyway, this is what I'm looking for. Pole 2 and pole 1 gone. And the new pole 1 goes out in the middle of the island in the county right away between Broadway and
Second one on the island?
or 135 and Orchid Road. So whose property is pole number 1 on? If not yours.
Right there is at the intersection close to the right of way.
So you're saying it's in the county right away?
Mm-hmm. And that's the one that actually strings across the highway. So if we remove that pole, we would have to underground everything across the highway. Which, I mean, we also have to coordinate with the city of Santa Maria, because that's city of Santa Maria property on the other side. So it'd be a multi-encroachment permit.
Okay.
So if we're able to maintain that pole, those utilities would continue as it exists now across the highway, and then we can underground and then pull up onto that pole to continue the phone and the cable lines. So that's the only two utilities that are currently strung along our northern property line.
Okay.
So I think we would be fine with pole number 2, removing that one and undergrounding along our frontage.
Okay, got it. Commissioner Bradley.
Yeah, maybe if you go to your slide 4, it actually shows them there we go. It's that one right in the middle, right? That's the one that you could live with undergrounding, right?
Right.
Looks like you might have to do that anyway for your proposed driveway location, but that doesn't complicate the state highway, reconnects, right? So that's better than nothing. Anyway, that's what we're talking about, right? Is you could actually underground that one.
Yes. So Commissioner Bradley,
I had another question.
I just wanted to converse with you a bit on those poles since you brought this slide up. If you see the pole on the right, I was just thinking if that pole were gone, it would both those poles, the one in the middle and the one on the right, it would declutter that area and probably add to a little bit of vehicular traffic safety. I'm no safety engineer, but it seems to me that if you could declutter that, long term, you'd be helping.
I would love to. But I appreciate what they're saying in terms that once you touch that, then you touch Caltrans, and that just causes everything to be more complicated. So I totally agree with you, Chair.
Okay.
Hey, listen, I had another question, and that's it's because the appellant brought it up, and I'm struggling finding it. And I know that Mr. Hale is here at the hearing. So whether Mr. Tedley or Mr. Hale can help me figure it out, there was a statement made by Mr. Martinez that this case does have a 0.03 increase. But when I'm looking on page 19 of the October 19th, or the October 2019 traffic study by Hale, there's, table 3 is existing post-project intersection analysis, and I'm not seeing a 0.03 VC capacity change, which would question, policy consistency, actually CEQA issues. So am I confused, or can someone walk me through that statement? Or maybe I should ask the appellant, but the way I look at it.
Robertson has his hand up. Let's see if he can.
Okay, that's great.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, thanks for bringing that up, because that did jump out to me in the appellate's statement. So actually, I'm going to hit 2 items real quick. I'll hit the easy one here. The statement was made that we are changing the roadway classification. There is no change to the roadway classification. As I had brought up in the conversation with Commissioner Bradley last night, I'm just going to say this on the record. Transportation Planning 101 is that intersections always fail before your roadway segments fail. In this case, what we're having is that a roadway segment is failing before the intersections are failing, which leads myself to believe that the classification of the roadway is incorrect, because we should be having impacts at intersections first. And that, which goes back to the applicant's statement that it's behaving more like a primary. We would completely agree with that, because if it were not behaving like a primary, and if it were behaving as a secondary roadway as it is classified, we should have Bradley Lakeview failing, and we should have basically Orchid Frontage Road and Lakeview failing, as well as the highway failing. And we're not seeing either of those. Those are both within standards. So that just means that, in our opinion, that the roadway was misclassified in the Orchid Community Plan. We've been chasing this with the Prathers project. We had an impact for segments, yet the intersections were operating fine. Well, within standards. So that's I just want to touch on that. It's just what, in our opinion, it's a misclassification, but that's something we need to address in the Orchid Community Plan if there's a revision to that. And I think we will address that. The second thing that Commissioner Bradley brought up was the change of 0.03. This one gets weird and it gets a little technical. So level of service is specific to signalized intersections. And we know that Lakeview Orchid Frontage Road is not a signalized intersection. Doesn't change anything other than the fact that if you go up in the county adopted thresholds manual, it says that if you have a level of service D, you have an impact if you exceed 15 trips to the D. Okay. And there's multiple criteria, A, B, C, and D. And any of those, if you trigger A, B, C, or D in the thresholds manual, it says that you have a significant impact. Doesn't say that you can't do something about it. It just identifies the impact. So we do agree, and it's labeled in table 3 of the traffic study that Commissioner Bradley just mentioned, that existing plus project exceeds, well, in this case, we have delay is level of service D, and then with the project goes to level of service F, which is identified as the impact. Same thing, even with the adding 15 trips to a D, we still have an impact. And what we have now is that the applicant has proposed mitigation measures, in this case, the turn restrictions, to apply to the intersection to bring it to its standard, which is required to be level of service D. So we do meet policy because we've identified an impact and they've mitigated it to level of service D with the project.
Okay. So the citation of a 0.03 change, it really should have been more than 15 trips is the correct citation, right?
Correct. It doesn't 0.034. Well, it talks about later on. It's actually a separate, let me pull it up because I just had it. It's actually a separate point. So if, where was it? Okay. So item A of the item A of the threshold criteria says that if you have a level of service D, you can only increase it. It says the weird part about it is for level of service A, B, and C, it's actually an increase in VC. And as I stated earlier, VC doesn't apply to stop controlled intersections. But in that case, we can just throw that out because we have level of service D, and it clearly states that the addition of 15 trips triggers threshold criteria A. If you go down to threshold criteria D, that talks about utilizing a substantial portion of the intersection capacity, and it says where is it here? It says that you can apply, substantial is defined as a minimum change of 0.03 for intersections operating at a VC ratio of 0.80 to 0.85, 0.02 for intersections operating from 0.86 to 0.9, which is where we would be at, and 0.01 for any intersections operating any lower. It doesn't change. I guess where I'm going with this is whether we triggered criteria A in the threshold manual or triggered criteria D of the threshold manual, is all we're doing is identifying a significant impact. And the traffic study correctly identified that there was a significant impact. What do we do after we identify a significant impact? We mitigate to the acceptable level of service, which the applicant has done. So I think that we're covered there.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry for being so wonky about that, but it threw me off.
No, I think it was
a stop controlled intersection. That's not how you characterize it. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was worth noting. So I think we've spent the time on it, and I think we're consistent.
Okay. Thank you to my fellow commissioners for letting me be a wonk. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, do we have some public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have at least one public speaker, but before we get there, I did want to make sure that the commission did receive, there were 2 different emails I forwarded to the commission before the lunch break related to this project. One of them I think is fine. The other one did cross that multi-page threshold. So the first one was from Rebecca Ollis, and the second one, the longer one, was from Paul Ollis. So I just want to make sure, 1, that the commission received them, and 2, to ask at some point that we take up whether or not to accept that second one into the record due to its length.
Okay, let me ask my other planning commissioners. So yeah, Mr. Ollis has a 1.5-page letter that he submitted late. He's not a professional, and I would say he's probably not, well in tune with all of the policies that we have. And I would ask if I could get a second to accept his letter.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Do we need to vote further on that then?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
No.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Now we can go to public comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Our first speaker will be Leanne Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, if you could unmute yourself. Mr. Chair, not seeing any sort of response. She may have walked away from her computer. Mr. Chair, how would you like to proceed? I could always give, if she's having issues unmuting herself, I could always give her the phone number here, but I leave it to you if you want to leave it open.
Go ahead and give her the phone number, please.
Okay, great. So, Ms. Baldwin, if you're having trouble unmuting yourself, the number here into the hearing room is 805-568-2092. That number again is 805-568-2092. And I would just kindly request that anyone thinking about calling only be for Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Chair, nothing yet.
Okay. I think we'll go ahead and, that was the only public comment?
Mr. Chair, we do have someone who's been with us for the entire hearing, but I'm not sure if he's just observing or not. I think it's someone with Mr. Tetley's firm.
Okay. Well, we wouldn't let them have public comment anyway, so. Okay, so I think we're done with public comment. We'll move back to Mr. Martinez. Do you have any rebuttal you'd like to give? And you're muted, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, in regards to the reference to the primary and secondary, that's where it was referred to and taken directly from the staff report at attachment A9 and the original underlying findings in regards to it. I would say that that the underground utilities things that has been referenced in here, and that this project itself, it's been mentioned that this decision should be made in the context of this project alone. Yet this project is the context of what the future decisions are regarding this area. This is setting the parameters that, yes, Evergreen Plaza did all these things to accommodate, not accommodate, but to do what was required under the Orca Community Plan and whatever county ordinances there are. So this whole project that we have here has been based upon exceptions to the rules and finding exceptions to the rule. And that's not a silly thing. It's just a plain fact. And there's no denying that the increase in traffic of this intersection, it will be a reality. And the increase in this traffic situation is not to be mitigated by redirecting traffic away from the northbound traffic on Orchid Road, the frontage road, towards Evergreen, because that is one of the elements in here that it does deny the traffic going northbound on Orchid Road towards and during prime periods of time, during the morning and during the evening, 6 to 9, and I believe the other one is 7 to 9 a.m. So in this instance, this is really a reality of what has been done in the past to address the situation. And even though Evergreen Plaza and the Western Liquor is not immediately on the corner, this project is on the corner and is in the face of the visual impacts of which the Orchid Community Plan was trying to address. I would rest at that, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And then now we can move to the applicant. Does the applicant have anything they'd like to add?
Brian Tetley here, Mr. Chair. No, I think we're good. We stand in what we said and we look forward to the deliberations.
Okay, very good. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, just making sure that the public commenter never connected.
Mr. Chair, no, we didn't receive any phone calls. I had left the ability to speak on just in the hope that maybe she had come back. But I could just ask, just in case she happened to step out of the room, Ms. Baldwin, if you're listening, if you could unmute yourself. This is your opportunity to speak. There we go. Ms. Baldwin, can you hear us now? Ms. Baldwin, again, so the phone number here is 805-568-2092 if you want to call in, 805-568-2092. Mr. Chair, nothing. I'm not sure if you want to hold public comment open or just close it.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and then we'll move on to commission's questions and deliberations. And I'll start off a little bit. The traffic thing seems to be our biggest issue. It'll be interesting to hear what the commissioners think and how we should proceed with this. One thing I was thinking in this is I'd like to see if there isn't a way to look into the best way to do the underground and to see if they can't get it underground at least to that center island between 135 and Orchid Road. And it is a requirement of the project. I'm not comfortable in waiving that on this project. It's cluttered in that intersection anyway, and I think anything we can do in this project to clean that up long term will be the best thing for that area and the community there. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot to add about the project. So Commissioner Blau, I see your hands up.
Thank you. Even though this is, I think, 4th District, it's probably closer to my house than it's only about 6 blocks from my house. So it's near and dear to me. And Spencer's Market's my go-to market when Peggy tells me we need, another commodity for dinner. At any rate, I need to give the rest of the commission a little bit of history. this is part of the Orca community plan, and there was supposed to be some concessions given to anybody in that plan going forward and doing new projects for rehabilitation. I know on the Evergreen Shopping Center that didn't occur when it should have. And I know Supervisor Centeno called me one day and said, Dan, you know, we're not treating the owners of that project correctly. What can we do? And that's when I got involved with Mr. Prather in dealing with the Orchid roadway. And basically what happened was the county sold him the frontage along that project. And I'm not privileged to the actual negotiations between the county and Mr. Prather, but it was at a bargain price, as Supervisor Titter wanted to have happen. And the idea was it was a real benefit to both the county and to the project because the county didn't need the roadway. It was a liability to maintain it. And looking out in the future, which Mr. Centeno was very good at doing, he realized that there was no need to have that roadway between the highway and the shopping center. And I think the same is true of this particular corner in the gas station. And I see no reason why the county wouldn't sell or even give the frontage road to the current applicant, make his project twice as large as it is now, have him do the undergrounds, pay the $250,000, it's a bargain, and it solves the road problem, solves the traffic problem. I mean, what they're doing now, the Band-Aids that they're putting on it with the turn lane, the turn signs and so forth, it's ridiculous. Why would you create a situation where you know damn good and well that the drivers are not going to obey the road signs, and you're creating a situation where they're going to ignore them, they're going to break the rules, create problems? Why would you exacerbate a problem? So my suggestion is that we continue this item for some reasonable period of time and give the county, particularly Supervisor Nelson, the opportunity to try and fix it. Now, quite frankly, if it comes back to us in a month or two and there is no appetite for the county to do anything to correct the intersection, then I probably have no choice but to approve the project. Hang on a minute, sorry. But I see no reason to simply push this along, not giving us the opportunity to actually fix the problem. Again, I'm going to say that if there is no appetite to try and actually fix the intersection correctly, and the county is okay with making it worse, make it worse. It's only a little bit worse than what it is today, but I'm not willing to do that today and not give them the opportunity to fix it correctly. And so my hope is that we can continue it and give the county the opportunity to come up with the right solution.
Thank you, Commissioner Blount. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been an interesting presentation. We started off with our roads expert testifying. I think he said there is no best solution, and so we're starting out way in the hole. And how do we get any better outcome than what is being proposed here? I agree with Commissioner Blau. I don't think we're ready. At least we don't have the final word that this is the best solution. But I am not prepared to accept this compromise based on what we've been told today. The undergrounding, I've said this on other projects, these old conditions to underground utilities were put in intentionally by supervisors in the past, and I think they should be honored by upholding them. Now, whether it's one pole or two, or it doesn't work if you do it this way, but at least this way we clean up the clutter, as you, Mr. Chairman, said. That's up to the people in whose neighborhood it is, including Commissioner Blau. But I would vote against the project rather than waive the undergrounding condition. So I'll stop there. I think better minds who live with this intersection all the time can come up with something that is better than what we've been presented with today.
Okay, question, Commissioner Bradley, who's next? You or Commissioner Park? You're muted.
I was late to the party again, Mr. Chair. It's Commissioner Park's turn.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
So, big picture, I favor the project because I think it does some very positive things for the neighborhood. And my gut feeling is it'll probably decrease traffic more than it increases it, but who knows? That's a gut feeling. That kind of shows how much I believe in these traffic studies, though. I do believe if there needs to be mitigation, and there has to be mitigation for something, I'd rather see them spend the money on my idea of DC fast chargers to get an actual tangible benefit and have it to go into some fund for pedestrian improvements that Commissioner Blau, living 6 blocks away, will never use. And that's something that if we get to that and we get to the right time and other commissioners agree with that, then we can ask staff to figure out how to redesign the findings or conditions to accommodate that. On the undergrounding, I've heard all the arguments. I've thought a lot about it. I thought about the arguments that Commissioner Cooney just made, and it reminded me of the CCA project in Buellton, where we had miles and miles of utilities that were not undergrounded, and we took a little section in front of that new development, which was reconfiguring a farm, and said you gotta underground it. And that's, we discussed it, and that's kind of where it came down. And I don't, that's where we are. I believe it should be undergrounded. I'm not going to vote for a waiver. I can accept something along the lines of just what Commissioner Freeney has been describing, and he must be brilliant because he agrees with me. And that is that if you had a pole that was on that island in between Broadway and Orchid Road, and you undergrounded from that new pole over to the other side of the property, that would be the right thing to do. Now, all that being said, I will acknowledge that every time I've asked for a continuance, that Commissioner Blau has supported that. And I think Commissioner Blau is a very important component of our commission because he's so practical about these things. And also it's very important in this particular project because he understands it so well. So if that's what Commissioner Blau wants to do is to continue this, then I'm going to support him on that. And if he makes that motion, I will second it. And I'll even make an effort to talk to the 4th District Supervisor's Office because I have a very strong relationship with one of his staff members who happens to be Commissioner Freeney's daughter. There you go.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
Public access airwaves here. I'm not concerned at all about the policy analysis in the staff report, and I support staff's conclusion that this is kind of a mischaracterized or misused misnomer of a street. So that I'm fine with, that whole analysis. I am inclined to support Commissioner Farini, Chairperson Farini's vision of taking that one pole and putting it in the island in between. I know it's expensive. I know it's going to make you touch Caltrans. I know you're going to pull your hair out because of that, because I've dealt with Caltrans many times, but I'm a very big proponent of undergrounding these poles, because otherwise no one's going to come along and make it good for us. It's not like any neighborhood is going to do an assessment district for $50,000 a year to say, oh, gee, we want to have our poles underground. This is the way it's going to happen, and it might take a whole century, but this is the way it's going to go. So I support for sure the middle one that the applicant was willing to do, but also the relocation of the one at the corner that Chair Farini said. In terms of the traffic analysis and the traffic impacts, this intersection is already very bad. It is not this applicant's fault. It's a tough site. So if we say that a gas station which has a high percentage of traffic attraction from pass-by traffic is what they call it. You don't actually get in your car and drive just to a gas station and go back. You go to the gas station on the way to the Evergreen Market or on the way to pick up your kid from school. So I think this is actually a logical land use at that corner. Never mind the fact that it used to be one for many years. So I think it's a well-designed project, and I'm particularly happy about the fact that they've closed off 2 driveways. Do you know how unusual that is in a gas station? Most gas station owners want 6. They want a continuous curb cut. So the fact that these guys have closed off the ones closest to the curb return, the radius return, is really good. I mean, it's good site planning. So I'm in favor of the project, and the fact that it's going to add some traffic to an intersection that's really already bad, but the county hasn't taken it and fixed it, as Commissioner Blau has said repeatedly. I don't know that this applicant has to be held over the barrel because of that. So, and I actually think that, you know, the county hopefully will get along and find some solution. I would go with a continuance if that's what the commission wants to do. But after having spent a good amount of time with Mr. Robertson, I'm not sure that they're going to come up with anything, because like he said, he's been working on it, what, 8 years maybe? And I laugh, but it's not funny. The fact is that it's not an easy solution, because it involves so many different agencies and so many different right-of-ways and alignments and implications. So I'm okay supporting the motion for a continuance. I'm inclined to support the project. I would like to see the corner pole relocated per Chair Farini's vision, and I also support Commissioner Commissioner Park's idea about the electric fueling station, but I'm more inclined to leave those extra mitigation fees in the wise use of public works on how to best leverage them. That's my pitch.
Okay, very good. So Commissioner Blau, I think you're going to make the motion, but I want to make sure we don't confine the undergrounding just to that center point I was talking about. It's more to put out options to the applicant. They can go there to the center, put a pole in between 135 and the frontage road, or they can go all the way across. I don't care. I just trying to provide them an easier, maybe less expensive platform by going halfway. So maybe.
Great. Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion for a continuance. If Mr. Wilson could give me a date about 2 months out, because I think that's going to be adequate time to have a discussion with the 4th District Supervisor. And I'll also tell you, quite frankly, I'm going to have a discussion with Mr. Will about the undergrounding, because I'm not convinced it's $250,000. To tell you the truth, I think it may be some other number. But nonetheless, we can make that decision. I think when we come back, I think that does need a little more study. This is one of those where it's kind of like our first blush at it. I think this is a real complicated intersection. It's difficult. There's a lot of issues here. I mean, the zoning administrator made their decision. It got appealed. We really haven't had the opportunity to dwell into it, to figure out the different parts of it, and I would like to. I'm also going to look into this idea that, I mean, there are supposed to be some concessions for projects in the Community Plan, And I'm not convinced today that undergrounding of utilities is not part of them. I don't know that there isn't funds available for the county to participate in the undergrounding, if that's the case. So I'll make the motion that I'll let our secretary give me a date in about 2 months' time to bring this back. And I will tell you right now, for some reason, for the benefit of the applicant, if the county doesn't come back and come up with some kind of a plan, or comes back and tells me that they're not willing to do anything to help solve the problem in the intersection, I will support the project, and I will likely support the undergrounding and the other issues that Commissioner Farini described. That's my motion.
Mr. Wilson.
Chair Freeney, Commissioner Blau, October 6th.
October 6th sounds great.
That was easy. Okay. Commissioner Park, did you still want to second that motion?
I do. I second the motion.
All right. Okay, does the staff have any questions of us on what we're asking them to work on?
Chair Freeney, Commissioner Blau, if I could respond to that question.
Yeah.
Just so I can recap what Commissioner Blau and I think Chair and Commissioner Park, all the commissioners are talking about. Our understanding is that the continuance is for two things. One is to explore options on this undergrounding. There's been discussions on either supporting the undergrounding or not supporting it, or coming back with options on different ways that they can underground it and limit some of the overhead lines that are there. So I think that's one for the applicant to do, work with staff on this undergrounding. So options are follow the requirements underground at all, or come back with some options. Either way, they either follow the requirements or they would require some type of waiver if they come back with options that are different than undergrounding. So that's my understanding on number one. And then number two is I believe Commissioner Blau is going to be working working with staff and the applicants in regards to the intersection and some of the how that's interfacing with each other. And then look at options, other options that may have been explored in regards to the proposed conditions and mitigation measures through the environmental review, and look at other options as that may have been reviewed and explored, and work with Mr. Robertson on that. So staff will either come back with options in regards to those two items, or it'll be that we've already reviewed it and that's the best we can do based on what was presented today. So I think that's my understanding of what this motion to October 6th is encapsulating.
You are correct.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, can we have roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, folks, well, till next time. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.